Nicole Mann reading out spacesuit readings back to mission control here in Houston. The crew is running about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline in their spacewalk preparations. They won't get too much further ahead of the timeline, though, deliberately, because all of the spacewalk work today is going to be timed out in explicit choreography to match the time that some of the work has to be done while we're in darkness or eclipse. That will match the time for the mounting of the solar array, its electrical connections, and ultimately the demating of one of 4 electrical connectors for the 1B power channel solar array that we'll talk about in just a second. Just to recap the bidding on the ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, the original solar arrays, called the legacy arrays, although performing extremely well over the course of time, are showing some signs of degradation as expected. So to ensure a sufficient power supply is maintained for the International Space Station, NASA is in the process of augmenting the existing solar arrays and the power channels for the station, accompanied by those new solar arrays. Ultimately, this will provide about a 20 to 30% increase in power for space station research and operations. The new arrays, the IROSAs, 2 of which have already been installed today, will be the 3rd of 6 currently planned for installation. These new arrays will shade slightly over half of the length of the existing arrays and will be connected to the same power system, again augmenting and boosting, the existing power supply for space station operations. The 8 current arrays, the original arrays, are currently capable of generating about 160 kilowatts of power during orbital daytime when the station is flying in daylight. Half of that power is stored in the station's batteries for use while the station is in darkness. Each new solar array, the IROSAs, will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, eventually totaling about 120 kilowatts of augmented power during the time the station flies during orbital daylight. In addition, the remaining uncovered solar arrays and the partially uncovered original arrays will continue to generate about 95 kilowatts of power. So ultimately, we're going to wind up with some 215 kilowatts or so of power for the International Space Station. This is going to enable us to increase the amount of research and utilization in the future years of station operations. The ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, again, this is the 3rd in the series of 6 that are currently planned to be installed. The other 2 arrays that have already been installed are on the port side at the 1A and 1B power channels. Those are the ones that have already been installed. Today, we're operating on the starboard 4 truss to install the power, the ISS Rollout Solar Array to augment power for the 3A power channel. The next spacewalk that is scheduled for Rubio and Cassida is planned for December 19th. That will see them duplicate their efforts that they will undertake today, but this time on the port 4 truss of the International Space Station on December 19th, when they install a rollout solar array for the 4A power channel. Now, if time permits, at the back end of today's spacewalk activity, the crew will conduct one final important task, that being the demating of one of 4 electrical connectors on the neighboring starboard 6 truss where the 1B power channel solar array is located. About a week and a half ago, there was a power trip on that solar array, very similar to what we saw back in March, that reduced the power augmentation capability for the 1B solar array. About 10 days ago, when the latest power trip occurred, it took down the 1B channel altogether. The power output for the systems associated with the 1B channel are currently being taken over by the 1A power channel without any impact to station operations or any research activities aboard the station. However, in order to get that 1B power channel back up and running at some 75% of capacity, it will be necessary for Cassida and Rubio to demate one of 4 electrical connectors, very similar to what they'll be demating for the installation of the ISS Rollout Solar Array during today's spacewalk. Once they demate that connector, the 1B power channel can be reactivated by the electrical systems officer here in Mission Control to get back to about 75% of its augmented capability, and that will bring the 1B power channel back online, albeit at a slightly degraded state, while it awaits the installation of its ISS Rollout Solar Array to be delivered on a SpaceX cargo flight next year. If we can't complete either the complete installation and unfurling of the ISS Rollout Solar Array for the 3A power channel today, or if we can't finish the demating of the electrical connector to enable us to reactivate the 1B power channel, then an additional spacewalk likely would be added this coming Wednesday, December 7th, that would see Cassada and Rubio venture outside once again to complete the work that they would not be able to complete at the end of today's excursion. However, we're expecting today's spacewalk to last about 7 hours in duration, and at least the plan going in is to get that IROSA for the 3A power channel fully deployed, fully installed and deployed, and to demate that one electrical connector on the 1B power channel on the starboard 6 truss to enable flight controllers to reactivate the 1B power channel and get it up and running to 75% of its operating capability. As you watch Koichi Wakata of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency attach the equipment to Josh Cassada's spacesuit, he will do the same to Frank Rubio, who's on the left side of your screen a short time from now, this in preparation for the installation of the SAFER units, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue units, jet-powered backpacks that spacewalkers wear when they go out into the vacuum of space. That enables them in the highly unlikely event they would become untethered to propel themselves back to the safety of structure on the International Space Station. Both crew members will have their SAFER units attached, and then they will be moved one by one into the back section or the crew lock section of the International Space Station's Quest airlock. The hatch will be closed, and then plans will begin for the depressurization of the airlock in a two-step fashion, down to vacuum. First down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, then down to vacuum, prior to the time the crew would place their suits on battery power to mark the official start of today's spacewalk. A U.S.-based spacewalk out of the Quest airlock. Its elapsed time is measured from battery power on for the crew on their spacesuits to the time they're back inside and begin the repressurization of the airlock. Today's spacewalk, again, very intricate and very well choreographed to see the installation and unfurling of one of the two ISS Rollout Solar Arrays on the 3A power channel, or the starboard 4 truss of the International Space Station, to boost the power capability for that power channel. We have an animation that is narrated by the lead spacewalk officer today, Chris Mundy, in which he will explain all of the work to be performed outside by Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio.
As the EVA begins, Josh Cassada as EV1 in the red stripes will egress the airlock first, followed by EV2, Frank Rubio, with the white stripes. They will each grab a bag, and then both crew members will translate out to a location on the truss to set up their tethers. EV1 will head to the IROSA carrier that has the stowed solar arrays to begin setting up that worksite by stowing his crew lock bag on a handrail and retrieving his pistol grip tool. EV1 will then release the first restraint bolt on the IROSA. Meanwhile, EV2 will head outboard to drop off their cable bag, then retrieve and stow their crew lock bag at the 3A IROSA mod kit. Back at the IROSA carrier, EV-1 will retrieve an articulating portable foot restraint and install it on the end of the space station's robotic arm. EV-1 ingresses that foot restraint, providing a stable platform to allow the IROSA to be carried from the carrier out to the ModKit installation location. Once complete at the ModKit, EV-2 translates inboard and begins preparing the IROSA for removal from the carrier. First, EV-2 will release two anti-rotation devices from the carrier. These devices secure the primary restraint bolts during the high vibration loads seen during launch. EV-2 will then partially release the primary restraint bolts and install the first of two handling aids, called scoops, in preparation for removing the IROSA from the carrier. On the robotic arm, EV-1 will fly over to access two sets of bolts on the boom end of the IROSA. The first two bolts will allow the boom deployment system rollers to be moved into place, later helping the arrays during deployment. The second two bolts will release two of four mechanisms holding the IROSA in its rolled-up configuration. The robotic arm will then fly EV-1 over to the other side of the IROSA, and both crew members will work together to release the final bolt holding IROSA to the carrier. They will then install a second scoop, and then lift IROSA off of the carrier. After several maneuvers on the robotic arm, EV-1 will arrive at the ModKit worksite. During these maneuvers, EV-2 will reconfigure EV-1's safety tether and meet EV-1 out at the ModKit. Both crew will work together to install the IROSA onto the mounting bracket. The crew will remove the scoops, and EV-1 will move into position to release the final bolt holding the IROSA in its folded position. Once released, EV-2 will hold IROSA closed while EV-1 egresses the foot restraint and gets into position. Both crew will then work together to unfold IROSA and secure the right side onto the mounting bracket. Once secure, EV-1 will drive two hinge bolts that hold the IROSA in the unfolded position and move away from the IROSA to reconfigure their safety tethers. EV-2 will then drive 8 bolts to fully secure the IROSA to the mounting bracket. Both crew will then work to electrically connect the new IROSA to the ISS power system. They'll first attach 4 connectors to IROSA, then move to either side of the legacy array to disconnect the old array and connect a Y cable that allows power to flow from both the new IROSA and the legacy array. At this point, EV-2 will move to a deployment viewing position, and EV-1 will release the final 2 bolts restraining IROSA in the undeployed position. IROSA will deploy over the next 6 to 10 minutes, and once complete, EV-1 will release 2 bolts that allow the IROSA blankets to become tensioned. EV-1 will translate back to the IROSA carrier and begin work on releasing the carrier beams that previously held the IROSA. These beams need to be rotated out of the way to allow access to the lower IROSA on the second EVA. EV-2 will clean up the ModKit worksite, retrieve a crew lock bag, and head to the carrier to help EV-1 with the carrier beams. The crew members will work together to release the bolts holding the beams in place, then rotate the beams out of the way and secure them back down. This is the last task in the first EVA, and both crew will clean up their worksite and translate back to the airlock to clean up their tethers, ingress, and begin repressing the airlock.
That animation was prepared before the addition of the extra task that Cassada and Rubio are expected to be able to tackle, time permitting, and that being the demating of one of the 4 electrical connectors on the adjacent starboard 6 truss for the 1B power channel array. Again, a power trip on that 1B array about a week and a half ago took that power channel down. Its power generation now assumed by the 1A power channel for station systems without any impact to station operations. However, in order to regain the use of the 1B power channel, had a slightly degraded amount of capability, some 75% of its power generation. An electrical connector for the 1B array that would isolate the affected area of that solar array needs to be demated. That is on the plan for the end of today's spacewalk. And again, if time does not permit the complete deployment and unfurling of this IROSA for the 3A power channel or the demating of the electrical connector for the 1B power channel, then an additional spacewalk would be mounted next Wednesday, December 7th, by Cassada and Rubio to complete the work. You see inside the Quest airlock, Josh Cassada wearing the suit with the red stripes around his knees. He is inside the crew lock section, and Nicole Mann there is now assisting Frank Rubio as he will be moved into the crew lock section. A thumbs up from Mann to Rubio, the 2 spacewalkers who ventured outside back on November 15th for a 7-hour, 11-minute spacewalk to install a mounting bracket on the 1B side on the starboard 6 truss of the International Space Station for a future ISS Rollout Solar Array deployment. They are going back outside for the second spacewalks of their respective careers. The IROSAs that you'll be hearing quite a bit about today on Earth, their mass is about 750 pounds. When folded, they're about 10 feet by 2 feet by 4 feet. Once unfurled, however, once they are opened up like a Venetian blind and then unfurled, these IROSAs will be 60 feet long, will shade part of the legacy arrays, working in concert with the original solar arrays to which they are attached to provide augmented power for the power channels on the International Space Station. They're 20 feet wide, 60 feet long once unfurled, and will produce more than about 20 kilowatts of electricity. The legacy arrays currently are producing between 17 and 23 kilowatts of electricity apiece. Here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, known as FICR 1 or Flight Control Room number 1, the Orbit 2 team, or the Spacewalk Execution Team, is on console at this hour, having taken a handover from their overnight counterparts who began the process of getting Cassada and Rubio suited up and prepared to begin today's spacewalk. On console, in charge of today's spacewalk activities, is Zeb Scoville. He is second from the bottom of your screen. To his left at the bottom of your screen is Flight Director Fiona Turret, who will be the lead flight director for the next IROSA Rollout Solar Array deployment spacewalk that is scheduled for December 19th, in which Cassada and Rubio will install and monitor the deployment of the array on the Port 4 truss for the 4A power channel of the International Space Station. To Scoville's right is veteran astronaut Nick Hague. He will be the spacewalk Capcom, talking directly to Cassada and Rubio, calling out instructions, helping with the choreography of today's spacewalk as the two spacewalkers run through their procedures and checklists outside of the Quest airlock today. And to Hague's right is spacecraft communicator Megan Levins, who will be talking when required, to Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata inside the U.S. segment of the International Space Station as the spacewalk is undertaken throughout the course of the day. Well, the focus of attention here today is on Cassada and Rubio outside of the International Space Station to install the next in the series of IROSAs. Down the hall here in Mission Control in the white flight control room, another team of flight controllers on console monitoring the continued mission of Orion, the unpiloted test flight in the Artemis 1 mission of the Artemis program to bring astronauts to the surface of the moon. There is a live view from cameras on Orion as it has begun its departure from its distant retrograde orbit, having flown by the moon, and now is on its way back to Earth. Monday, a big day, as Orion conducts its second encounter with the moon, basically flying behind the moon, whipping around the moon, and conducting a 3-minute, 27-second engine firing in what is called the return-powered flyby burn that will help it whip around the moon on the final leg of its journey back to Earth, and a splashdown in the Pacific at 11:40 a.m. Central Time on Sunday, December 11th, a week from tomorrow. We will have live coverage of Orion's return-powered flyby of the moon on Monday morning on NASA television, beginning at 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on NASA television. And back inside the airlock, as Frank Rubio is about to join Josh Cassada inside the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Once again, the depressurization of the airlock will begin a short time from now. That will be conducted in a two-step fashion, first down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure in the airlock. There'll be a pause in the depressurization to enable flight controllers to assess the systems in the airlock, as well as conducting communications and systems checks with the two spacewalkers, making sure their spacesuits are in good shape before we go down to vacuum, enabling the crew to open up the thermal cover and then ultimately open up the outer hatch to the crew lock section of Quest. They'll place their suits on internal battery power, and that will mark the official start of today's excursion. The International Space Station is about to fly into an orbital sunrise over the South Pacific, about to begin a trajectory that will carry it from southwest to northeast across the coast of South America, Chile, Argentina, and up the east coast, passing almost directly over Rio de Janeiro at an altitude of 260 statute miles. And as you saw, Koichi Wakata about to assist Frank Rubio inside the crew lock section, we are passing between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. This will be a momentary loss of communications. We'll regain our downlink television and telemetry from the station a moment or two from now. You will also see helmet cameras, the usual typical view that you see as the crew is conducting its work outside of the International Space Station. You'll see the numbers assigned to the helmet cameras for today for Josh Cassada, who is extravehicular crew member number 1, wearing the suit with the red stripes. His helmet camera number that you'll see in the lower right-hand corner is 22. For Frank Rubio, who is EV2, wearing the unmarked suit, his helmet camera number is 20. And we are back inside the Quest airlock as Frank Rubio is being assisted by Nicole Mann to position himself properly alongside Josh Cassada inside the crew lock section. The Quest airlock is a 2-section airlock. The equipment lock where the crew suits up and is prepared for entrance into the crew lock, our outermost section of the 2-section Quest airlock. Now that the 2 spacewalkers are inside, they'll be positioned properly, after which the 2 other astronauts assisting them, Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata, will close the hatch, isolating them inside the crew lock and setting the stage for the depressurization of the crew lock.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 1 for airlock. Just letting you know we're putting our ground comm config in place. You will be hot mic'd.
Capsule or spacecraft communicator Megan Levins letting the crew know that we are configuring the right communications loops to accommodate their spacewalk activities. Once the crew begins a series of checks inside the crew lock following the closure of the hatch, Nick Hague will take over spacecraft communications duties with the two spacewalkers as they work through the depressurization of the crew lock and then make their way outside for a spacewalk expected to last 7 hours in duration today. And the inner hatch now closed. So the two spacewalkers are isolated inside the crew lock section of Quest as we stand by for the start of the depressurization of the crew lock.
Josh, so just as a reminder, we'll do the depress pump on. Main ISO valve will go to open, and then when we get to 6, we'll expect an alert tone. And then when we get to 5, that's when we'll do our leak check. Copy that.
Houston, airlock on 1, step 76 and 77. Houston, airlock on 1, step 76 and 77 are complete.
Houston copies. We've also completed steps 78 and 79.
And we are standing by for your go in step 81.
Copy, standing by. Station Houston on 1 for airlock. Step 80 is complete. Your go for step 81.
Okay, EV2, check that the depress pump tower is off.
I see depress pump is off, OFF.
And that the enable LED is on.
Enable LED is on.
Okay, copy. We are stepping into the crew lock depress repress cue card.
Copy.
Houston, airlock on 1. Do we have a go to begin the depress cue card?
You are go for the depress cue card.
EV2 on the UIA, switch depress pump power on. Wait 10 seconds for startup.
Depress pump is on, ON.
Depress pump man ISO valve open. Expect alert tone. Monitor CT gauge less than 5.5.
Man ISO valve is open. Copy tone.
And flight controllers confirming that the depressurization of the crew lock now underway. Again, the crew lock to be depressurized down to vacuum in a two-step fashion from 14.7 pounds per square inch to 5 psi. We'll take a pause, do systems checks, and then resume down to vacuum. Earlier, during their suit-up activities, the crew conducted light exercise, basically moving their arms and their legs while in the equipment lock to increase their metabolism slightly and hasten the dispersion of nitrogen from their bloodstreams while they pre-breathe pure oxygen to avoid any condition known as the bends or decompression sickness from occurring when they step out into the vacuum of space a short time from now. Once again, you're watching our coverage of U.S. spacewalk number 82 inside the crew lock section of Quest. Behind that hatchway are Josh Cassada, extravehicular crew member number 1 today, and Frank Rubio, extravehicular crew member number 2. They are all suited up, ready to begin the second spacewalk in a series of spacewalks they have scheduled themselves for. Today's activities will see them install and monitor the unfurling of the third in the series of ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. today's IROSA to be installed and deployed, if you will, on the starboard fore truss of the International Space Station to augment electrical output for the station's 3A power channel. They will also, if time permits, undertake the demating of an electrical cable on the adjacent starboard 6 truss for the 1B solar array that was affected by a power trip about a week and a half ago, taking down that power channel. Its power output being assumed by the 1A power channel and its array in order to regain the functionality of the 1B array to about 75% of capability. We're going to demate one of 4 electrical connectors associated with the 1B array, isolate the portion of the array that was affected by the power trip, and then reactivate that power channel, but again to about 75% of its electrical output. In the field of view on the left, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Koichi Wakata. On the right, NASA's Nicole Mann. They helped Cassida and Rubio suit up for the past several hours. Everything has gone by the book, the crew running just a few minutes ahead of the timeline. And again, the elapsed time of today's spacewalk and its official start time will be measured after we go down to vacuum in the crew lock, conduct a series of systems checks, and the crew gets the go-ahead to place their suits on battery power. The depressurization of the crew lock continues in good fashion. We're down to almost 6 pounds per square inch now. Today's spacewalk is going to see a lot of bolt turning by the two spacewalkers to release bolts and then to install and tighten bolts as they work their way through the removal of the ISS Rollout Solar Array from its flight support equipment and its mounting structure on a temporary attachment device on the truss to which it was maneuvered to robotically over the course of the last couple of days following its extraction from the trunk of the SpaceX Cargo Dragon.
Expect alert tone.
Okay, depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Okay, for EV1 and 2, we're going to go into the leak check. Switch display status until leak check question mark.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
The IROSA, once removed from its temporary parking place on the truss of the station, will be manually carried over to the starboard fore truss, the work site for today's installation activities by Josh Cassida. He will be affixed at the end of the station's robotic arm, the Canadarm2, in a portable foot restraint, and will carry the IROSA over to the work site where he and Frank Rubio will then work in tandem for the installation of that IROSA on a mounting bracket that was installed back in March during a previous spacewalk. The depressurization of the crew lock has now paused at 5 pounds per square inch. The crew conducting leak checks and other systems checks before we continue the depressurization down to vacuum.
Leak check complete, EV2.
Copy, EV2, check that your O2 actuator is in EVA.
Copy, going EVA.
It should already be there.
Negative.
All right, I've got leak check complete for EV1, and then the next step I've got on this display is set O2 to EVA.
Okay, yes, your display should direct you to set that O2 to EVA, and then we're just doing an extra check here.
Okay, copy that. In work.
And we have two good leak checks on the suits. Crew now stepping through the rest of its pre-hatch open preparations. Again, the spacewalk will officially begin at the point at which the two crew members place their suits on battery power.
EV2, EVA.
Copy.
Yep, and I'm just confirming EV1 is also in EVA.
Okay, I copy that EV1 and EV2 are both in EVA. Next, EV2, depress pump man ISO open. Expect alert tone.
Copy, in work. Depress pump man ISO valve is open.
Okay, the emergency MPEV is coming open. Monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
Depressurization has resumed, and flight controllers letting Flight Director Zeb Scoville know that we probably are around 20 minutes from the point of Cassida and Rubio exiting the Quest airlock. So the crew right about dead smack on the timeline for today's spacewalk, which is expected to last about 7 hours in duration. The crew lock depressurization is continuing in methodical fashion as Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann in the equipment lock section of Quest monitor the systems and monitor their two colleagues, Josh Cassida and Frank Rubio, through that porthole. The spacewalk officers here in Mission Control report 2 good suits. Everything looking good for the start of today's spacewalk a short time from now.
Show airlock pressure at 2.0.
EV2, take depress pump man ISO closed.
In work. Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
On the UIA, switch depress pump power off.
Depress pump is off, OFF.
Okay, Blue and Frank, you guys are well prepared. Let's crush it out there today. We'll talk to you on Robo. I'm going to hand you over to Nick, your ground IV, for the initial tether config and the rest of the depress 2 card.
Thanks so much, Duke. You guys made it so smooth this morning, and looking forward to working with you in just a couple hours.
Duke, thanks, Koichi.
Yeah, echo the comments, Duke, Koichi, you guys rocked it. So we are ready. Josh, Frank, team down here is ready to go. we'll take your initial tether configuration if you want to walk us through the tether packs.
Sounds great, Nick. We're ready to go. Starting on my right D-ring extender. I've got a red hook, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That goes to a red reel that is unlocked. There's a green hook on that red reel. The green hook goes to a green reel that is unlocked. And the hook from the red reel is a yellow hook, and it is gate closed, slider lock, black on the green reel. Also on that side, I've got my right waist tether, and on my D-ring extender, the gate is closed, slider lock, black on black, and that anchor is actually just temp stowed on my mini workstation.
Josh Cassada and soon Frank Rubio reconfirming their suit configuration with spacewalk communicator Nick Hague here in Mission Control.
That goes to my single safety tether, which is unlocked on the reel. The anchor is currently on my mini workstation. Also on my left D-ring extender is my left waist tether, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. It goes to Frank's anchor hook, and both my hook and his anchor hook are gate closed, slider lock, black on black, and that takes us to Frank's reel.
Okay, I see my green reel is unlocked. Yellow hook is on my green reel, gate closed, hook lock, black on black. My green hook is to my red reel, gate closed, and it is unlocked. My red reel is unlocked. My red hook is on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, hook locked, black on black. And also on my right D-ring extender is my waist tether, which is
I can get it for you, Frank. I've got good eyes on it if you'd like.
I just got it. Thank you. All right, I see my small hook of my waist tether on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock, black on black, and then my right waist tether, or my waist tether goes to the airlock D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock, black on black, and that should give us a good load there.
Copy, guys. We've got a handover. That's a good config.
Once the two spacewalkers begin today's excursion, Koichi Wakata will be moving over to the robotic workstation in the Destiny lab. He will be the Canadarm2 robotic operator who will move Josh Cassada around to the work site of the International Space Station at the starboard foretruss for him to join Frank Rubio for the initial installation of the IROSA on the mounting bracket that exists at the starboard fore work site.
Thank you.
And Frank, Josh, back with you after the handover. That was a good tether configuration from both of you. Don't know if you copied before the handover.
You did copy. Thank you, Nick.
Copy, Nick.
And Frank and Josh, when your crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, you can expect to get the EV alert tones.
You want copies? Thanks.
You did 2 copies.
Everything continuing to go very well in the pre-spacewalk preparations. We're about 5 minutes away from reaching vacuum, at which point there'll be a final series of systems checks and communications checks with Cassida and Rubio before the thermal cover on the Quest airlock is opened. The crew will place their suits on battery power to mark the official start of the clock for today's spacewalk. And then they will open the hatch and one by one make their way outside. Cassida first, followed by Rubio, to begin moving towards the starboard foretruss of the International Space Station, where the work will take place today to install and unfurl the third in the series of ISS Rollout Solar Arrays. This one to be installed again on the starboard foretruss. Once unfurled and tied into the power system of the legacy or original solar array for the 3A power channel on the International Space Station, will help to augment electrical output from that power channel.
Hey, Frank, what do you have on your display right now?
Oh, it's blank.
Good. Familiar from last time?
Yep.
Just a few minutes away from beginning the 256th spacewalk for space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the 11th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, and the second for both Cassida and Rubio.
Pressure has us at 0.4.
Copy. And Nick, just a TCV update. I am set at 6. Got me a little bit on the cool side now, but I imagine we're getting to work soon.
Yep, copy, Josh. You got a 6. Hey, Frank, Josh, good news. I know that took forever, but we're now at 0.5 PSI, so you are go to open the EV hatch and stow it, and then put the emergency MPEV in closed.
Copy, Nick. That's in work, and I'll let you know when we're done.
With the crew lock section of Quest now down at vacuum, the crew soon will be opening up the hatch to the crew lock. They are now at vacuum. They will move out of the Quest airlock a short time from now.
You slipper out of the way.
We'll be standing by for the call that their suits are placed on internal battery power to mark the official start of today's excursion.
Good, thanks. Actually, the way you could help Frank is this tango bag moved station.
And as the International Space Station flies 260 miles over northern Kazakhstan, the hatch is opened now to the Quest airlock.
It's coming open. It looks like you're going to want your visor down.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Okay, MPEV is closed, and the hatch is open.
And the emergency MPEV is closed.
Okay, copy all, team. Okay, so we're stepping into the post-depress So Josh, Frank, you're going to stagger your switch throws, expect warning tones, but you're go for power to bat.
Nick, you were broken there. Understand we are going power to bat and staggering our switch throws.
That's a good readback.
Stand by. Okay. Did you also have him broken, Frank?
I did a little bit. Now he's good.
Okay, I agree. Here comes my battery. I'll let you know. EV1 is in bat.
Copy, Josh.
EV2 is in bat.
Copy, Frank. So now you'll switch display to Pro to verify you've got a functional display.
And unfortunately, I'm in the same boat. I have nothing on my display for EV1.
Copy, Josh. You've got a blank display.
EV2. EV2, I have a good display.
Copy, Frank. You've got a good display. Okay, Josh, we're going to get into the warm restart procedure.
Okay, I copy that. I do have a warble tone. And I put it. My pressure is showed 4.2.
Copy, Josh. Good pressure. Okay, so we're going to do the warm restart for a comm failure, and I'm going to step you through the steps to get it reset. If you unexpectedly lose comm or encounter any issues, you can use the CUF checklist to complete the response.
Okay, Nick, I'm on page 28, familiar from last time, and just want to make sure that this isn't user error since this is the second time in a row. I went to Pro, and I've got a blank screen. That's all you needed. Is that correct?
Yeah, affirm. It's not you. It's expected. This happens quite frequently. Okay, Josh, I guess the first step, Frank, if you can take EV1 power on the UIA to off OFF.
Work.
Copy. And when you do get that, just let us know that the LED is off.
EV1. Copy. Power EV1 is off OFF. EMU LED is off.
Okay, and so Josh, you'll remember in this...
Another warble tone for EV1. I'm going to go ahead and Pro.
Copy, Josh. That's expected. So in this procedure, you'll remember, we're going to turn the fan and the power, and that's going to go off for 7 seconds. While the fan is off, you're going to be without cooling or CO2 removal. Overheat, loss of visibility from fogging are possible. There'll be no comm until you take the power switch back to bat. If the fan operation is delayed or not restored, or power is not restored after switching back to bat, you can open and lock the helmet purge valve to restore some vent flow. I'll copy.
Okay, I understand the steps are going to be power to bat, then fan is going to come off for 7 seconds. I'm sorry, correction. We'll go fan off, power to FCU, wait for 7 seconds, and power will come to bat, and then fan will come on. If I start to fog up, I have the helmet purge valve available to me to open.
Those are the steps, Josh. You've got it.
Okay, with your go, I'll start fan off and then power to you.
This is Mission Control Houston. The spacewalk underway officially with the switch of the two crew members' suits to battery power at 6:16 a.m. Central Time, 7:16 a.m. Eastern Time. Josh Cassada lost the display on his display and control monitor, which shows him basic suit parameters. So he's in the process of restarting that. This is a common occurrence, no issue, no impact to the spacewalk. So we're underway, 6:16 a.m. Central Time, 7:16 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, good news. I've got a message that says H2O is off.
And copy, Josh. That's good news.
Nick, with your go, I'll go to Pro and give you a display check. Is that correct?
And Josh, that's affirmed. Go ahead and Pro, check your display functionality.
Okay, I see it. Just a heads up, it came up really dim, and then after about a half second to a second, it came up to nominal brightness. And it says N status. I could scroll if you need, but good display.
Okay, copy, Josh. It looks functional, so we're going to press. We're getting back into the post-depress cue card. So, Frank, you're going to take the UIA power for both EV1 and 2 to OFF and verify that the 4 LEDs go out.
Once again, the spacewalk underway. The official start time at battery power on for the two spacewalkers, Cassada and Rubio, at 6:16 a.m. Central, 7:16 a.m. Eastern Time. Cassada has restarted his display and control monitor, and now we will continue through the checklist of the post-depressurization activities that will set the stage for the two crew members to make their way outside of the crew lock section of Quest, begin to gather their tools, all of their other equipment, and make their way to the starboard foretruss to begin work to install the ISS Rollout Solar Array on the starboard foretruss on a mounting bracket that will augment the power capability for the 3A power channel on the International Space Station.
Okay, SCU is debated in the pouch, and just try to figure for EV1.
And EV2, I am disconnected from the ACU. My DCM cover's on. I'm going to have to wait to stow it in the pouch until Josh is out. I can't reach it from my current position.
And DCM cover is on for EV1.
And copy, Josh. You've got the DCM cover on. SCU is demated and stowed in the pouch. And copy the same for Frank.
Frank is still in the pouch, but he should have time on.
Yep. And Nick, unfortunately, I can't get to the pouch from my current position. Once in the pouch.
Yep, copy, Frank. And I just want to let you guys know we've got just some blockage in our comms, so you're coming in broken. Understand, Frank, that you can't get it in your pouch in the current position.
Affirmative.
You can send it your way. That's watch your foot.
Sorry.
That's right. Okay.
And Frank, Josh, back with you through the broken comms. It's going to be a little in and out for a second. Understand, Frank, the SU pouch, we're going to go ahead and press. We can try to get it in later. So your go for step 7, depress pump, man ISO valve closed. And gents, we're in a handover.
Verify, depress pump, man ISO valve is closed.
Copy, Frank. Depress man ISO valve is closed. So on your DCMs, hey, Frank, Josh.
He's breaking up at the end of his transmission.
Yeah, Frank, Josh, how do you read me now?
Got you.
I have you same, Nick. I have you really strong when you start your transmission, and then the back part of your transmission's breaking off the previous 2 or 3 transmissions.
Yeah, copy, guys. Sorry for the inconvenience. We were going through a little bit of blockage there. We should be solid from this point forward. Copy that the man ISO valve is closed. You're both go to take your TCV to max H.
Okay. Water is currently off. Go on to TCV max H.
EV2.
And copy, you guys, max H. Now you're good for your water switch to on, ON.
That's hot for EV1, and here comes water switch. On for EV1.
On for EV2.
Copy. Check your DCM is blank and the byte is off, OFF.
Affirmative for EV1.
Affirmative for EV2.
Okay, you're go to move your TCV to your desired setting. Just let us know where you put it.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
So about 12 minutes now into today's spacewalk, Cassett and Rubio are soon to emerge from the Quest airlock's crew lock section. All of their suit parameters are looking good. Good suit data being received here on the ground, and we now are locked up solidly on our tracking and data relay satellite system for communications.
EV2 copies.
Okay, guys, so Josh, your go to open the thermal cover. You want to stow the hook on the stiffener tether points, cinch the strap, and report the number of Sharpie lines.
In work for EV1.
Next, this is EV2. My SCU is in the pouch.
Okay, Dick, I've twisted. I've got 4 Sharpie lines. If that's enough, I'm going to go ahead and open the thermal cover.
Hey, Josh, if you can get it a little tighter, we'd prefer 6.
Come back. Sharpie lines on the thermal cover.
Good news. Yeah, so you're go to open the thermal cover.
Coming open.
And for both of you, I wanted to let you know we're seeing good suit data here on the ground. Only thing we want to confirm is your suit P gauge.
V1 is showing 4.2.
EV2, 4.3.
Copy, guys. Thanks. And Josh, your go to egress.
Copy that, Nick. Good. Go for the egress. Let's go install a new...
Josh Cassada will be first out of the Quest airlock, then will be joined by Frank Rubio as they gather all of their equipment before making their way over to the starboard fore truss.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
And Nick, did you cover? Did you copy my transmission about SEU is in the pouch?
Affirm. Thanks. And Josh, as you're coming out, you're looking to throw down your anchor hook on the aft D-ring.
Copy.
Josh Cassada now outside of the Quest airlock. He is EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes. Frank Rubio will wear the unmarked suit, both crew members embarking on the second spacewalk of their careers.
Fighter lock, black on black. Moving over to port on 554 for Frank.
Copy, Josh. Gate close, fighter lock for your anchor. You'll just want to check your reels are unlocked at some point. We can get that in the buddy checks. You're looking to put Frank's anchor hook on that port stanchion of 554.
Copy that. In work, and both reels are unlocked.
Copy. Thanks.
V2's anchor hook is gate close, starter lock, black on black, port. Tether point there on the 554.
Copy, Josh. That's a good config. So, Frank, your go to release your waist tether, and you'll want to check that your reels are unlocked.
Okay, copy, inward.
And EV2, we just saw that your SCU popped out of the pouch.
Okay, yep, copy. Unfortunately, it was stuck between my legs, so I had to...
Nick, do you want me to go ahead and turn on my HECA? That's from EV1, sir.
Josh, checking.
And I'm ready for the Tango bag when you've got it there, Frank.
Okay, A1.
And Josh, you've got to go to turn on your HECA.
Understand, HECA only right now for EV1.
Affirm.
All right, Josh, I am releasing my waste tether.
Copy. And HECA is on for EV1. I've got a green light.
Copy, Josh. Good green light on your HECA.
All right, Josh, and here is the tango bag.
All right. Give me 1 second, and I'll get a red on it. And I'm station aft. If there's any way you can persuade it this way. Okay, I got my hand on it. Stand by.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, the 256th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades underway, with the battery power on call from Cassida and Rubio coming at 6:16 a.m. Central Time, 7:16 a.m. Eastern Time. The two crew members in the process of moving outside of the Quest airlock. Once outside, they will make their way to the starboard fore truss to begin setting up all of their equipment and begin the work to detach the next in the series of ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs, from a support structure on the truss of the station, and then manually move it over to the S4 truss, to which it will be installed on a mounting bracket, bolted into place, electrically connected, and unfurled to begin the augmentation of power for the 3A power channel on the International Space Station. This is, again, the third in a series of 6 currently planned solar arrays, augmented ISS rollout solar arrays, to be installed on the station.
Next step will be Frank coming out with the cable bag.
One additional task on tap for the two spacewalkers, should time permit, will be the disconnection at the end of today's spacewalk of one of 4 electrical cables on the neighboring starboard 6 truss for the 1B power channel that incurred a power trip about a week and a half ago, taking down some of the functionality of that array and placing the 1B power channel out of commission for the moment. Those loads being assumed by the 1A power channel for station systems without any interruption to station operations or research. However, to regain about 75% of the functionality of the 1B power channel, the 1 power connector at the end of today's spacewalk will be disconnected and isolated. It'll be capped off, basically, to isolate the affected area of the solar array for the 1B channel on the starboard 6 truss. Electrical systems officers will then reactivate the 1B power channel. It, in of itself, will receive an ISS rollout solar array next year on the next pair of arrays that will be delivered on a SpaceX resupply mission. If time does not permit the two spacewalkers today to complete all of their work, then an additional spacewalk will be scheduled for this coming Wednesday, December 7th, to finish up either the deployment and activation of the ISS rollout solar array for the 3A power channel, or the disconnection of that 1 electrical cable to bring the 1B power channel back online.
Nick, as Frank is getting set up there, I do see his WVS is on, and I do not believe mine is. I don't see the light.
Okay, copy that, Josh. You can try to turn it on if you got a free hand.
I do. I stand corrected. I got 2 green lights.
Copy. 2 green. That's good.
Whether or not an additional spacewalk on December 7th is required, and again, we won't know that until we're done with the work today. Cassidy and Rubio will venture back outside on December 19th to replicate the work they're doing today, but this time on the other side of the backbone of the station, on the port fortress of the International Space Station, taking yet another ISS Rollout Solar Array from a parking place on the truss of the station and installing it on the 4A power channel original solar array on the P4 truss.
Look like they're in a great config.
Okay. And I'm feeling a slight pull, but I'm not seeing anything when I spin to the right. With my left foot. Interesting. I see no tethers.
Yep, I see you completely clear.
Okay. See water resistance.
Frank Rubio at the top of your screen, Josh Cassidy on the bottom of your screen, still at the hatchway to the Quest airlock as the 2 crew members check and double check to make sure they have all their equipment before making their way over to the work site on the starboard 4 truss.
That is down, and your right one is down.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, with that, Nick, we've got everything except for HAP check. So my HAP is dry for EV1.
And my HAP is also dry for EV2.
Copy, guys. Good buddy checks. You're go to close the thermal cover.
Okay.
Your safety tethers there.
In work, and I'll clear those out.
Okay, and push.
Okay.
Nice.
The HAP that you heard referred to by spacecraft communicator Nick Hague is the helmet absorption pad, making sure periodically throughout the spacewalk that there is no accumulation of condensation in the helmet. Everything looks good. The crew will now begin to translate or make their way over to the work site on the starboard 4 truss.
Otherwise, all looking good on your tethers. I see good checks.
Copy that.
Hey, guys. Okay, so
What do you think?
you're good. Frank, you're going to lead out, translate to the green hook location. Just remind you to put in a fair lead on handrail 500 and fair lead at the CETA spur.
Okay, I copy that. Pick that up my local and starting out. Hi, Josh. I'll see you up there.
Sounds great.
And guys, as you're translating out, just want to let you know that was an on-time departure. Well done.
Nice. Great job by the IVs.
Yep, both on the team down on the ground and the one up here. Absolutely crushed it. Thank you, everybody.
I got a fair lead on 500.
Wonderful.
Gosh, can you give me a push on my bag there?
Yeah, for
I don't know
sure.
why this TG.
For sure.
The T refuses to.
Yeah, sometimes that BRT seems like more like a suggestion, doesn't it?
All right, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got it.
Shooting up the CETA spur.
Copy.
Copy, Frank. You're going up the CETA spur. For both of you, just a caution to avoid contact with the TUS cable.
Thanks, Nick.
I think I'm at the top of the CETA spur. I have a good fairly.
Copy, Frank.
For that, Frank.
Yeah, man. Hey, starboard.
Copy.
Copy, Frank. You're heading starboard. As you go out there, the handrail you're going to be looking for your green hook is 3215, 3215.
Copy. Nader station.
Okay, EV1 is at the rail, heading starboard.
I'm at the port feeder cart.
Okay. And Nick, understand mile marker 6300 is not a bad mark for me, is that right?
And we're checking.
That's okay. There's 6300.
And 6300 should be just above those handrails that are down on the nadir side.
Agreed. Thank you.
And Josh, your green hook, I didn't give you your handrail yet, but you know it's 3247.
3247, great, that's where I am, appreciate it. And making sure I stay zenith Franks. Agree with that, Nick. Keep my safety tethers zenith at Frank.
Yep, copy, Josh.
And Nick, I am at the end of S1. And can you say again the handrail that I'm looking for?
Yeah, it's 3215, 3215.
G1's green hook is down on zenith end of 3247.
Nick, I am under the starboard feeder cart, and I see 3061, 3067. Can you vector me from here? I thought it was supposed to be kind of a diagonal handrail.
Yeah, Frank, if you look at the outboard edge of the CETA cart, your handrail is going to be zenith, kind of below mile marker 5820.
Copy.
EV1's continuing up starboard a little bit. Frank, I will be nowhere near you when I off the rail.
And Nick, I think I am at the end of my safety tether here.
Yeah,
because of the
Frank, copy.
fairleads.
Yeah, Frank, copy. So you're a little too far outboard. So the port CETA cart is what your target is. You're going to be on the starboard side of that port CETA cart, so you'll have to go back under the MT. When you get to that port CETA cart, your handrail is going to just be below mile marker 5820.
Copy. Josh, sorry about that.
Jeez, no problem, Frank.
I don't know why on jog I could have sworn it was underneath the starboard seat of it.
No problem at all.
All right, Nick, I am on the nadir expansion of 3217.
And copy, Frank. Can you say that again?
I am on the nadir stanchion of 3217. Green hook is dropped on the nadir stanchion.
Yeah, copy that, Frank. 3215 is a little bit more nadir of that. It's the long handrail below it.
Okay, copy.
And while you guys are working into position, I'm going to read a couple warnings and cautions real quick. So warning to avoid the grapple shafts and cervic teeth. They're no touch. And then caution for no aggressive movements on the FSE, so less than 4 inches per second translation speed. Wait until any kind of motion dampens out before imparting loads, and you shouldn't impart loads simultaneously. And do not contact the IROSA blankets or solar cells. They're fragile.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
EV1 is over at Station Delta.
Yeah, and copy, Josh. You're translating toward the FSC tower handrail to stow the bag.
38 minutes into today's spacewalk, Cassida and Rubio making their way towards the ISS Rollout Solar Array that is temporarily parked on a payload attachment device on the truss of the International Space Station. Rubio will be using a pistol grip tool to unbolt the first of a number of bolts that are available holding the IROSA in place. The release of the first of these bolts, plus the release of what are called anti-rotation devices that were designed to minimize the loads on the solar arrays in the trunk of the SpaceX Cargo Dragon carrier craft, the resupply vehicle that delivered this IROSA and a second IROSA to be installed on December 19th on the Port Fortress solar array of the International Space Station. These anti-rotation devices will be released, all part of the initial work to remove the IROSA from its support structure, its parking place on the truss of the station, prior to the time that Josh Cassida will then manually ride at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm to move the IROSA over to the starboard foretruss work site, where it is to be installed on a mounting bracket for its installation and deployment.
Nick, so my HECA should be on now. Hit the WVS button, power cycled it twice, and I did not see a green LED.
Okay, copy, Frank. HECA should be on now. We'll check it out, and you power cycle WVS.
There's no green light for WVS. I see a green light for HECA.
Okay, copy, green light for HECA, and we're seeing WVS.
Can I continue to the driver's seat, car?
Stay firm. You're going to stow that cable bag on the square grid alpha using 2 hooks to secure the bag.
Copy.
While Cassidy and Rubio are getting situated, making their way towards the IROSA that will be removed from its payload attachment device parking place on the truss of the station, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann are at the Destiny Laboratory robotic workstation as they begin to set up shop there. Wakata will be the arm operator driving Josh Cassidy with the IROSA to the Starboard 4 worksite for its ultimate installation.
All right, next bag is in a good spot there on the tower. I'm going to get my net off. We've got integral to forward stanchion on the tower, and then the adjustable to 08, and that would be Zenith.
Yeah, we see it, and that's a great config, Josh. We'll take a glove and hap check.
Sounds good. Let me put away my VRT, and then we'll do it. Taking a look at my gloves. See no changes, but I'll hold them up to the HECA.
And Josh, we don't need the views.
Okay. All right, and the hap is dry. So with that, I am ready for settings for R5.
Okay, copy that, Josh. Good gloves, good hap. Your settings for the R5 bolt are going to be Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
All right, Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2 for R5.
That's a good read back.
Frank, where are you these days?
I am over on the starboard cedar coat, dropping off the cable.
Awesome.
And Frank, once you get that cable bag tied down on the starboard seated carts, you're going to retrieve crew lock bag M plus that large small ret and stow it on your BRT.
Okay, that is work.
"46 minutes into the spacewalk, Rubio and Cassida soon to begin the first in a series of ongoing bolt-turning procedures. First to release the first of a series of bolts called R5 on the lower portion of the ISS Rollout Solar Array that you see at the top of your screen. It is mounted on a attachment structure on the truss of the International Space Station after having been delivered to the station last Sunday on the SpaceX Cargo Dragon resupply flight to the International Outpost. The crew will also release the top portion of what are called anti-rotation devices. These are basically bolts that prevented any inadvertent movement of the IROSAs while they sat in the trunk of Cargo Dragon during its launch from the Kennedy Space Center.
Bag mic with that large small ret, and you're heading over to the mod kit now. You'll want to check that your gauntlets are in place.
Yep.
Okay. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2 is set, and we had a good count.
Okay, Josh, those are good settings. So you're going to release R5, expecting 18 to 20 turns. That bolt's going to spring out when released, and there should be a white line.
I'll be looking for the white line. Thanks for the reminder. 18 to 20 turns. Starting turn.
And the crew beginning the procedures and the release of the first of a number of bolts. There are some 36 bolts in all at a variety of areas along the ISS Rollout Solar Array that must be released, both on the flight support equipment parking place on the truss of the station, on the IROSA itself, and then ultimately to bolt the IROSA in place on its modification kit or bracket to which it will be affixed on the starboard fore truss of the station.
Yeah, there's 18, and no white line yet. Stand by. Well, it is popped out. Is there a chance this white line is fairly subtle and hard to see from my vantage point?
Okay, Josh, copy. You got 18 turns and that popped out.
I'm negative. I got a total of 20 now. I did 2 additional, and I can see, and you can probably see my camera here. It is popped out, and I just a little hard with the sun here to see if there's a white line.
Josh.
You guys have good. Do you have good video, Nick?
And negative. We don't have KU right now.
Oh, bummer.
But Josh, you've got the number of turns, and if it popped out, we're good to press.
Okay. I think the white line is pretty subtle. I see it at the base, I believe. It's slightly different than the shaft of the bolt.
Copy, Josh. We're go to press. Everybody's happy.
Copy.
All right, Nick, I am at the pocket, and I have the large, small reds to the left mid-strut handrail, and then I have the integral to the left lower strut, lower stanchion handrail, or handrail lower stanchion.
Yeah, copy that, Frank, and we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Copy that.
And guys, while I've got a second, I'm going to give you some cautions for the mod kit. No sudden movements on the mass canister or mod kit, less than 4 inches a second on the BGA, to translate slow. Avoid cyclic loading, and be mindful that the IEA battery AP cables are a snag hazard.
Okay, copy that. Thanks.
52 copies.
All right. I understand I'm going back to the CETA cart. Is that correct, Nick?
That's a firm, Josh. When you're ready, you're going to move to the port CETA cart with 3.
Port CETA cart with 3.
Nick, while I'm out here, the pocket looks good. We have 3 soft captures in the right position, and no fraud on the platform.
That's awesome. Thanks. Appreciate the check. Next step is going to be translating back to the FSC.
Okay. Good work.
Flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific, soon to cross the west coast of South America. The International Space Station flies smoothly on. 53 minutes into today's spacewalk by Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio, running about 15 minutes ahead of the timeline so far, having begun the spacewalk at 6:16 a.m. Central Time, 7:16 a.m. Eastern Time.
All right, Frank, I'm at the Port CETA cart. I can imagine a little bit of a traffic jam here.
Okay. See you. Are you about to head back anytime soon?
I'm getting an APFR and then well. Okay. All right, Nick, I'm currently showing top up, top off. and looks like must be Fox 6 already, so it's just the clocking that will have to change.
Yeah, your current setting, Papa Papa Foxtrot 6, is what you're going to install. When you do the install, it's clocking 12.
Nick, if I had Zenith here, my safety tether will go up and up. You guys want me to wait here, or is that okay?
Copy, work.
Hey, Frank, understand, and we've got a good view of kind of the bottleneck that we've got going on. Big picture for you guys, we're over 7 hours on consumables. We're up 15 minutes on the timeline. You guys are going great. So, Frank, if you just want to hold position while Josh works this, and then we'll let you pass through.
Okay, sounds great.
While you're hanging out there, if you want to give us a glove and hap check, that'd be great.
Apologies, how would you want? All right, so get my gloves. I have a couple of tiny nicks on the rubber part, but absolutely superficial, otherwise baseline, and dry hat.
Good rep to the APSR, and put on my VRT.
And copy, Frank. Understand. Good glove and hat.
Affirmative.
White on black and removing. GFR is uninstalled. All right. And since you're there, you can probably see I'm going to try to stick this out the side. It's probably the best way to translate, if you agree. It's going to clear stuff.
Yep. It's going to hit the brake lever, but I think it'll stay, no, it'll bump into the brake lever, basically.
Got it. Thank you.
Need a little bit more inboard just to keep it from catching. There you go. You're good. Okay, continue inboard as much as you can. And looks like you are clear of the brake handle.
Awesome. Thank you. That was super helpful. All right. That is your departure point for into the FSE, so I'm out of your way now.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
And Josh, as you head inboard toward FHRC, you're looking for mile marker 6300, 6300.
One's my favorite. Thanks, Nick.
And Frank, you're going to translate up to the tower handrail. You're going to go stanchions, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie to the tower.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a robotic arm around here. That's the one. All right, Frank, you need comms.
Negative, thank you.
M1, M2, On Space Ground 1.
Hello, EV1. We have a GCA to published APFR install position on your go.
Okay, EV1 is ready GCA to the APFR install position.
With the first of the numerous bolts having been released by the crew at the 1 hour mark into today's spacewalk, bolts holding the IROSA or the ISS Rollout Solar Array in place on the attachment device on the truss of the International Space Station. Josh Cassada will soon retrieve an articulating portable foot restraint that he will attach to the end of the station's robotic arm that will be operated by Koichi Wakata from the robotic workstation with the assistance of Nicole Mann in the Destiny laboratory of the complex. Cassada will plant his feet in that articulating portable foot restraint. He will ultimately carry the IROSA over to the starboard 4 work site like a telephone repairman at the end of a cherry picker. And he and Rubio will then begin the work to install the IROSA, bolt it into place, and prepare it for its ultimate unfurling.
Okay, we are at the published position.
Understood. Stand by. Okay. I think that's going to work. Let's call it GCA complete, and I'll let you know if I need anything else.
Copy. GCA complete. Brakes are on. Go for APFR install.
Understand. Go for APFR install. And I am going to put my anchor over on the SSRMS handrail, and that's a local dismount. I'll do the tether swap later.
And Frank, you're going to retrieve that PGT from crew lock bag Tango and put that on your swing arm and head over to stanchion Bravo.
Affirmative, inward.
And Nick, did you copy? I'm just going to local to the arm itself for the install.
While Cassada is in the process of retrieving and installing the articulating portable foot restraint at the end of the robotic arm, Frank Rubio will begin to release the anti-rotation devices. Again, these are devices that prevented any inadvertent motion by the delicate ISS Rollout Solar Arrays while they were in the trunk of the Cargo Dragon, the SpaceX Cargo Dragon that delivered the arrays to the International Space Station, preventing any inadvertent loads to be placed on the IROSAs during their transit, during launch and ascent.
If you want to check it before you stick it in.
Copy that. Thank you.
Nick, I have the PGT in hand. There's 2 rets on it. I have 1 ret now to my mini workstation to tether the PGT to me. Can I release the other one to the bag?
Yeah, Frank, the plan is to leave that ret external to the bag, so yeah, you can release it to the outside.
Thank you. All right, Nick, I have a PGT. I'm en route to Romeo 5. Josh, you got me?
I do have it. A lot of tethers out here, Frank. I'm looking forward to getting down to one.
Dude, I can't imagine having all that stuff on your... You're doing great with it, though.
And Nick, EV1, how do you hear? M2, EV1, how do you hear?
Hey, and Josh, I've got both you and Frank.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. And Nick, did you copy my last? I have a PGT. I'm en route to Romeo 5.
Yep, copy, and I see you in motion.
Okay. Just be advised, we didn't copy your response.
Okay, copy that.
And M2, EV1, you hearing us okay?
Hey, Farm, we're hearing him loud and clear.
I also had one this one with you as well, just a heads up. Might have more of that ratty cough.
Yep.
On the right side of your screen, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, Josh Cassada with the articulating portable foot restraint that he will attach to the end of the station's robotic arm that soon will be operated by Koichi Wakata with the assistance of Nicole Mann from the robotic workstation inside the Destiny Lab. A good view in the middle of your screen of the ISS Rollout Solar Array that will be released from its attachment point, its temporary parking place on the station, and then maneuvered into place to be installed on a mounting bracket, a mod kit, if you will, that was installed on the station during a spacewalk last March.
Copy, Frank. It's Bravo 2, counter 2.
Copy, Bravo 2, counter 2.
That's a good readback. You're going to expect 18 to 20 turns. The bolt's going to pop out when fully released, and there should be a white line.
Okay, copy that.
This is the procedure for Rubio to release the R5 bolt, the first in the series of bolts holding the IROSA Rollout Solar Array in place on its temporary parking spot on the truss of the station.
Okay, black on black, good pull and twist test. And I'm going to grab my rep.
Yeah, copy that, Josh. And can you check the pitch knob?
Oh, yeah. Oh, this one's better than the last one. It can be pressed.
Looks great. We see it.
EV1, and we have a GCA to publish APFR ingress position when you're ready.
Copy that. In the maybe 5 minutes or so, we'll do a tether swap here.
Yep, copy that, Josh. That tether swap's the next thing.
Copy. All right, once I'm ready for that, Nick, I was going to drop the left anchor hook, my left safety tether first, and then work on the red. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, we'd like you to work the arm side first. And Josh, I think you were just talking about your local.
No, I'm actually talking next step here. I'll put my left safety tether anchor on the SS RMS handrail. Good point.
Those are good words.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Nick, I have 20 turns on Romeo 5, and I see white line.
Copy, 20 turns and a white line. So you're good to translate to Charlie 2.
Copy, Charlie 2.
Okay, left safety tether is connected to the SS RMS tether point. In fact, I'm going to move it to the other one. Stand by. Okay. Left safety tether anchor is on the SS RMS business end. Handrail tether point, gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. That 85-foot is unlocked, and the red and white crew hook is on my left D-ring center, gate closed, fighter lock, black on black.
Copy, Josh. That is a good configuration.
I understand next steps are lock the red reel and put the red hook on the feeder rail. Is that correct?
Hey, firm. You'll just want to keep an eye out for Frank's tether.
It is nadir of me, so I'm going to call that good, but thank you for the reminder. All right, red hook is coming off the right side. And it is at 6,300, and red reel is unlocked.
Copy that, Josh. That's a good tether swap.
All right. I'm going to grab my locals off of the arm, and then you agree, Nick. I see us getting into the GCA.
Hey, firm, Josh. That's the next step is GCA for the ingress position. And Frank, when you're in position for Charlie 2, you're going to attach the adjustable equipment tether from your small trash bag to the ARD tether point.
Okay, that's complete. I'm ready for settings for ARD Charlie 2.
Bravo 3, counter 2.
Bravo 3, counter 2.
That's a good read back, and you'll release 6 to 10 turns.
Okay, copy that. And after I get this one out, I'll drive it back, and then I'll go to ARD 1. I'm good. EV2 is good on comms.
Okay. Stand by. I'm going to bring that ingress aid in a little bit to give you a little bit of clearance when we come station later.
Appreciate it.
Okay. You're good on comm, Frank. I'm going to take it for a GCA.
You're good. I'm good on comm. Thank you.
All right. EV1 is ready, GCA, and as a heads up, M1 looks like about 6 inches from the front of the APFR to the structure. I'll keep it clear.
Copy. That's what we expect.
Rubio now in the process of releasing these anti-rotation devices, the bolts that basically secured the ISS Rollout Solar Array in place in the trunk of the SpaceX Cargo Dragon that carried this and another ISS Rollout Solar Array to the International Space Station, arriving last Sunday. These ARDs are anti-rotation devices designed to prevent any inadvertent loads being placed on these delicate arrays until they arrived at the station for their installation. In this case today, with the first of these two solar arrays on the starboard foretruss of the station for the 3A power channel.
Good motion. Start clear.
Ramping out motion. Okay, that's our published position.
Okay, GCA complete.
Copy. GCA complete. Brakes on. Go for APSR ingress.
Copy. Go for APSR ingress.
And Frank, just want to point out the white string that's across the top of that ARD, that large loop. It's there to help if you need it to pull straight out from the ARD if you've got that block rotated out of the way.
The block kind of keeps floating back into where it's blocking it, unfortunately. I put 9 turns in, so it should have plenty of room.
Yeah, if the block rotates, then that's good. As long as we can keep it out of the way, then the ARD should just pull straight off the bolt.
It's off.
Well done.
Okay, I'm ready for settings for driving it back.
Yep, to drive that back, it's going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, copy.
Yep, and you're going to drive that to torque and give us the turns and light.
Copy.
One hour, 18 minutes into the spacewalk. You're looking over the shoulder of Frank Rubio as he continues work to drive bolts that have held the ISS Rollout Solar Array in place on an attachment point on the truss of the International Space Station. There are a number of bolts for a variety of different mechanisms that must be loosened and backed out of their installed position in order to enable Josh Cassada to move the array to the work site at the starboard foretruss for its installation.
You want me to drive it back out and reset it, or leave it as is?
Checking.
At the current setting, I had, or at the current position, I had 11.8 torque, 4 turns, green light.
Yeah, copy 11.8 on the torque. Didn't copy the turns, but you got a good green light.
4 turns.
Copy 4 turns. Checking.
And Nick, understand where it go for the back off?
That's A-firm, Josh. Your go.
Okay, we're set up here, EV1. This is going to be body out and body down. We're coming out about 1 meter and down 3.5 meters.
Out out 1 and down 3 meters. EV1 copies. Thanks. You have a go.
Starting motion.
Nicole Mann orchestrating the movement of Josh Cassidy now, who is affixed at the end of the station's robotic arm to position him for his next work.
And Frank, we're happy you can press to the other ARD.
Okay, copy.
Okay, there's your X, and now we're coming station data.
EV1 copies.
Good view of Josh Cassidy at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm in a foot restraint, positioning him at the right orientation. He will be rotating a couple of rollers called boom deployment system rollers 90 degrees to a deployed position, part of the work in tandem with Frank Rubio to release the ISS Rollout Solar Array from its parked position on the truss of the station.
Okay, EV1, we are at the published back-off position. We are setting up for a 2.5-minute volt access to joint OCAS.
EV1 copies.
And a panoramic view from 260 miles above the Earth as the International Space Station passes off the northwest coast of Spain.
Stand by. Okay, I'm ready.
Starting motion. Okay, maneuver complete. Setting up for the joint OCAS.
Okay, copy that. Got it. It briefly looked like body right motion on that last one, just a heads up. Might have been just me swaying here. Frank, how are those ARDs working for you?
Oh, good. Yeah. More challenging than I expected. But...
EV1, we are ready for the joint OCAS. This is going to pitch you back 90 degrees and bring you underneath IROSA.
EV1 copies. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, starting motion.
I see good motion, a little body left and towards my back.
Nick, I am at ARD 1. I am ready to it, and I'm ready for settings.
Copy, we see the same, Frank. Bravo 3, counter 2.
Bravo 3, counter 2, copy.
That's a good readback. Again, 6 to 10 turns until you can rotate that stop block.
Copy, thank you.
Okay, Nick, I've got...
We will be regaining our downlink video from the station momentarily, handing over communications between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system.
Got it. It's probably too early to tell how much of the maneuvering out to S4 will be at night. Is that right?
Motion's ramping out.
Understand, motion is stopped.
Yeah, just we checked the timeline, and you should be in a night pass when you're maneuvering out.
Copy.
All right, Nick, unfortunately, I've got 10 turns in there, plenty of clearance between the block and the ARD, but the brand here snapped while I was trying to pull it out.
Copy, Frank.
EV1, we're setting up for GCA to publish R1, R2 bolt access.
Okay, sounds like they might be at the comm. Nick, I'll let you decide on if you want us to GCA here or stand by.
I just got it off.
Need any more comm, Frank?
I'll just verify settings for putting it back in, please.
Yep, Frank, it's going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and then we're going to need the torque and turns.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, copy, thank you.
Before we do the GCA for me on R1, R2, is it Alpha 2, counterclockwise 2? Just to get that set up as we move.
It's Alpha 4, counter 2.
Alpha 4, counter 2, I'll get it set up. D1 is ready, GCA to published for R1, R2 access.
Okay, we are ready. This will bring you body in about 1.5 meters.
Copy, body in 1.5 meters.
Starting motion.
Approaching the 90-minute mark in the spacewalk, Frank Rubio continuing to back out bolts to release anti-rotation devices. Basically, these are devices holding the ISS Rollout Solar Array in a stable position. That's what they were used for during the launch and ascent of the arrays in the trunk of the SpaceX Cargo Dragon. Josh Cassada at the end of the station's robotic arm, being carefully maneuvered by Koichi Wakata under the watchful eye of Nicole Mann, who's working with Wakata at the robotic workstation in the Destiny Laboratory as he begins work to unbolt 2 bolts for the deployment boom deployment system. These are restraint bolts.
0 centimeters to go.
The boom deployment system to be employed later as the ISS Rollout Solar Array is unfurled to its full length of 60 feet once it is installed and electrically connected to the 3A power channel on the starboard 4 truss of the station.
You on copy? Stand by. This published position is going to work fine. It's GCA complete.
Copy. GCA complete. Go for unbolting.
Go for unbolting R1, R2. Nick, I've got Alpha 4, counterclockwise 2 set for R1.
That's a good setting. 10 to 13 turns, and the bolt's going to spring out when fully released. Just a caution when you rotate those booms to do it slowly, 90 degrees in 10 seconds.
Copy that. 10 to 13 turns, starting now.
Good view looking right down the barrel of the ISS Rollout Solar Array. These are boom deployment restraint bolts that Caseta is backing out, so that there are 2 rollers that will be rotated 90 degrees to assist in the freeing up of the ISS Rollout Solar Array from its parked position.
Okay, copy that.
And verify I'm doing a...
Yeah, Frank, you're going to do the socket swap, so you're going to grab that socket caddy.
10 turns for R1.
Copy inward.
And there's
I'll
that
do the same on R2 and then swing them out. That was 10 turns. It popped out.
Copy, Josh. 10 turns and it popped out. And Frank, the socket caddy, there's that red on the external that you can use to stow that socket caddy on the outside.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. It seems like it's fine here.
Just want to confirm counterclockwise R2.
Counterclockwise for R2, Alpha 4 counter 2.
You got it. Counter, same direction. Here it comes. Turns. R2 is popped out.
Copy, Josh. We see 10 turns and we see a good bolt release. And so, Josh, once you stow your PGT, you'll rotate those booms down slowly.
Sounds good. I'll do it. Thank you. Are looking good over there.
Pretty sweet view of the moon up here.
Make that space look good. I know. I saw that. That's an incredible view. Hey, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but at some point in this whole process, if you're able to get as comfortable with this APFR ingress as I am, you can see that I'm all the way in. That would feel really good.
Okay.
All right, 10 seconds for 90 degrees on R1.
Copy, Josh.
All right, Nick, I have the 12-inch 5/8 on my PGT, good pull test, and I have the 7/16 12-inch on the caddy, good pull test.
Copy, good socket swap. Thanks, Frank.
Verify I'm heading over to Charlie 1.
A-firm, Charlie 1, next to stanchion Charlie.
Okay. I'm going to head over to Delta real quick and give Josh the system APFR on Josh. I see your right foot.
I think the official term is warm fuzzy.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're looking for.
You got a warm fuzzy on your right.
Okay.
Your left, if you take your heel just a little more outside, can you turn it anymore? No? Okay, then you're in a good position. I can only see the inside, and it's on the edge.
Okay.
I think it's just large heels.
Sounds good. You know what? You also have a great view when you're over at C2.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you so much. Okay, I've got R1, R2 arms at least all the way swung out.
Copy, good rotation on both those booms.
Okay, for R3, R4, I know one of them is the other direction.
Yep, copy. R3 and R4 is going to be the next step, and you need to assess your position, see if you need any GCA to be able to reach those.
You know what, M1, do you mind if we took a minute and just move the body down? It'll just help since I've got about 500 of these to do or so.
1 hour 35 minutes into the spacewalk, Josh Cassada has released the first in a series of bolts for the boom deployment system on the ISS Rollout Solar Array. The first 2 bolts to be released were restraint bolts. He also manually repositioned 2 rollers to get them out of the way, setting the stage for the release of another pair of bolts for the outer deployment restraints, all part of the mechanisms holding the array in its folded position prior to the time that it is manually transported by Cassada over to the starboard foretruss for the electrical hookup and installation alongside the legacy or original array that powers the 3A power channel of the International Space Station.
Okay, we copy. We're going to bring you body down 20 centimeters, and with the night pass, clearances are tough, so we'll take your clearances from the boot plate and your body.
Sounds good. I've got clear space between me and IROSA. I can maintain this clearance.
Copy. Starting motion, body down.
Copy. I see good motion. Continue.
To go.
And ramp out motion there. Stop motion.
Okay, there is your 20 centimeters.
What? I guessed it right?
Nailed it.
Okay. All right. Vic, I'm at R3 and ready for settings.
Josh, the settings...
GCA complete, sorry.
Copy. GCA complete.
Okay, Josh, your settings are alpha 3, clockwise 3.
All right, this is the weird one. Alpha 3 is set. Clockwise 3 is set.
That's a good setting.
Half turn on Charlie 1. And on Charlie 2.
And you
245-ish. Is that right?
That's affirmative. So you might want to reset your PGT counter to help out. You're on R3. You've got good settings. Good luck.
Got it. Starting turns clockwise.
Not only did you nail that GCA, but it was a metric. Well done.
Hey, Frank, we've got some choppy comm. You were cut out on your last.
It's okay. It was for Josh.
Hey, Frank, when you get into a stable position before you work on Charlie 2, we want you to try to readjust your cuff checklist so that it doesn't push your gauntlet down.
Right now.
Yeah, so we can see in the WVS, you want to get that band back up as high as you can on your arm. We want the gauntlet to be able to cover that wrist ring. And we've got a handover.
Yeah.
Frank, Josh, we're back with you after the handover.
Copy that. Hey, Nick, I adjusted it as best I could. Unfortunately, it's not completely covered. Just with a gloved hand, I can't really move that elastic loop. Every time I move one end, the other end goes back to the starting point.
Yeah, understand. Don't know if there's a way to wiggle that cuff check lift band up towards your elbow as much as you can. As long as it's still accessible for you, it doesn't need to be down toward the wrist ring.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what I'm having trouble doing. I just can't push it up. It won't expand enough to.
Copy, Frank. So we're going to have you continue to work on the Charlie 2. There's going to be a time in the timeline where Josh is going to be close to you. He might be able to lend a hand to fix that.
Okay. I'm ready for settings for Charlie 2.
Charlie 2 is Bravo 3, counter 2.
I have Bravo 3, counter 2, and I understand 27 turns.
That's affirmative, 27 turns.
$245 on Romeo 3.
You win.
And
R4 counterclockwise?
That's affirmative, and we've got the copy your 245 turns on R3. R4 is Alpha 3, counter 3.
Alpha 3, counter 3 is set, and I'm sorry, from this spot I cannot see the turkey timer. Not on either side.
No worries. We'll have Frank confirm in a little bit.
Sounds good.
Cassida and Rubio continue work to undo a number of bolts holding the ISS Rollout Solar Array in place on the flight support equipment on the truss of the station. Prior to its movement by Cassida over to the starboard foretruss for its installation and electrical connection to the original solar array system, the electrical system, the integrated electronics assembly on the starboard foretruss for the 3A power channel. Rubio in the process of releasing a couple of outer deployment restraint bolts on the ISS Rollout Solar Array. The crew continues to operate several minutes ahead of the timeline.
Hey, Frank, before you head back over to the crew lock bag, we'd like you to translate over to stanchion Alpha to see if you can put eyes on the turkey timers at the bottom of those root beams.
Okay, no problem.
The turkey timers referenced by spacecraft communicator Nick Hague are basically status indicators to ensure that the bolts that are being released are fully released. Just a status double-checking device to ensure that the ISS Rollout Solar Array is ready to be released and removed from its flight support equipment.
Yeah, copy, Frank. You see it good. We don't have it on the video. It's a little bit higher up. You'd have to translate higher up on the stanchion. And we don't need the video. But if you want to wait until Josh drives the R4 bolt all the way out, we'd appreciate it.
And just verify that the bearing hole being past the bottom, is that full deployment?
If it breaks the surface, if you see it sticking out at all, it's good.
Okay. Yep, it's sticking out a good between a quarter and half an inch.
Thanks for the data.
I'm going to translate to the other side. I should be able to see it from the bag. Yeah.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Okay, and I see it protruding from this side also, same distance, 1/4 to half an inch. Good bearing hole visible.
That is 245 turns on this side. You can let Miranda know that when I wake up during the night with a recurring dream of counting to 245, I'm giving her a call.
Yeah, copy all, Josh. And copy, Frank, you saw a good turkey timer. You're going to want to retrieve the square scoop out of crew lock bag T.
I knew that. I want to make sure you were paying attention.
Wasn't going to let you go too far.
Okay. I am complete here at R4. Is it Robo next to us?
Yeah, so next step we...
Confirm, I have a maneuver to the carrier back off position when you're ready.
And guys, we want to stand by and hold position right here. We want to try to troubleshoot the gauntlet or the cuff checklist and his gauntlet on the left hand of Frank. You guys are in a close position here. And so once Frank gets the scoop, if he can translate over and extend his arm towards you, Josh, what we need to accomplish is clear the cuff checklist band off high enough up so that the gauntlet can cover the wrist ring.
Copy. Actually, I think that's going to be hard from this position. I don't know where a safe spot is for you to be, Frank.
Yeah, I'm going to have to just reach out my arm to you and see if you can get it.
But we got to stay clear of the solar array.
Right. Yeah. Can you reach? No, I don't think so.
I would have to GCA if that's what you want. Nick?
Stand by, we're talking about it just a second. Yeah, Josh, we're good with you GCAing so that you guys can close the gap between you to look at that. And we want to make sure, Josh, that you don't have the same issue. We want to make sure that we can keep the gauntlets over the wrist rings. That's the priority.
We will take care of it. We'll get each other set up here. Duke, if you are ready, I'm going to need a GCA to my right and end up being about a meter. Maybe I can pull it up short of that.
1 hour, 50 minutes into the spacewalk. The crew running about 15, 20 minutes ahead of the timeline, doing very well as they are backing out a number of bolts holding the ISS Rollout Solar Array in place on flight support equipment on the truss of the station. Frank Rubio will soon be breaking torque on a number of additional bolts holding IROSA in place. This Rollout Solar Array will be transported to the starboard foretruss to the integrated electronics assembly to be installed on a mounting bracket and electrically connected to join forces with the original solar array for the 3A power channel on the starboard foretruss.
Continue.
Copy. You have 50 centimeters to go.
Okay, continue. And ramp out in 3, 2, 1, stop motion.
Okay, motion stopped.
Like a Michelangelo painting.
Cassida now helping to adjust the cuff checklist on the left arm of Frank Rubio.
Hold on to your main workstation. Can work with both hands.
Great. Spin it around here and then pull. See how I'm doing?
Yep. Yeah, you're doing. Yep. You can grab both ends and kind of pull out.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hold on.
The International Space Station flying directly over Singapore at an altitude of 260 statute miles, moving from northwest to southeast.
The part near your left hand, have the strap there.
Sure.
Yep. Right by your thumb. Down a little bit. There we go. Was the part that was caught. Yep, that's what you got. Perfect.
All right, you are good. And let's try to get that pulled as far back as we can. Yeah, hold on there. Hold on to that mini workstation. All right, let me know when you're holding.
Ready?
Okay. Oh, GCA complete. Sorry, Duke.
GCA complete.
Okay. You probably have a good view of that in my heck at least.
Hey, Josh, we see it in your camera. It looks good.
All right. Now, can you do something similar to me?
Yep.
Let's see. You unlock. I'll hold you right here.
Got it?
Okay. Yep. And you are clear of that solar array. I'll keep you clear. Just watch your right hand on that panel, and I'll try to keep you stable.
So after a minor wardrobe adjustment for Frank Rubio, the two spacewalkers continue on in this 256th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades.
I'll tell you what, if I pull this side, can you do that side?
That's the problem.
We'll just need to be...
See if I can...
I don't think there's a way we can affect our locks, but let's be careful.
Yep.
It's not. It's the bottom part here. I'm going to spin it. So, you see down here, I'm going to turn my hand this way. Right. Almost there.
And guys, we see you working with it. Just watch any of the sharps that are on the cuff checklist. The coil binding can snag on things.
Copy.
All right, Nick. Yeah. How much more time do you want to devote to this? Is this worth it?
It's also a ton of energy. It's just, unfortunately, the strap is like maxed out.
Yep, copy, guys. Appreciate the effort on that. It looks like the gauntlet's able to cover it up, so we're good to press.
I agree. Yep, and I'll be sure because I can pull mine back. So I think we're in good config. Appreciate the attention there. All right. We'll leave it to Nick and M1 to figure out where we go from here on Robo.
So I have a maneuver to the carrier back-off position. That's going to bring your body out about 1.5 meters, and then we can take out the Y during that flight.
I'm good for that, and that is not a GCA, so you have the comm if you need it, Rick.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Okay, we're bringing your body out.
Copy.
Starting motion.
Rick, I'm heading over to Charlie 1 to release and put on the A-scoop.
Yep, those are good words, Frank. Syncing back up. We've got Charlie 1, full release to do over there, and then we'll get you in position for Charlie 2 to do the final release.
Okay, copy that.
I see good motion.
Frank Rubio will be pressing ahead here to release the final pair of bolts holding the IROSA on the flight support equipment on the truss of the International Space Station. We are approaching the 2-hour mark in today's spacewalk. The two crew members outside, Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio, began their spacewalk at 6:16 a.m. Central Time. They're running about 15 to 20 minutes ahead in the timeline.
Back-off position. We are setting up for a 3-minute retrieval intermediate joint OCAS.
EV1 is go.
Nick, I'm set up for Charlie 1.
Okay, Frank, your settings are going to be Bravo 3, counter 3.
Bravo 3, counterclockwise 3.
Yep, 51 to 54 turns, and the bolt should spring out when released.
51 to 54. Start.
EV1, we're ready for the joint OCAS. This is going to pitch you forward 90 degrees and bring you in front of IROSA.
1 copies and ready.
3, 2, 1, starting motion.
See good motion. Nick, how are you feeling about the timeline for removal from the FSC?
Hey, Josh, you read our minds. We were talking about down here. We're on timeline. Consumables are looking great. Looks like we're going to be go for release.
That's awesome news. You guys have put together such an incredible plan. I thought it might be something in the cuff checklist that would give us trouble, not the cuff checklist itself.
At the 2-hour mark in today's spacewalk, flight controllers here, very comfortable with where the two spacewalkers are in the release of all the bolts. and have given the crew a go to release the IROSA from its flight support equipment.
Okay, that's the completion of that joint OCAS. We are setting up for another 3-minute retrieval lineup joint OCAS.
EV1's ready.
Okay, EV1, we are set up. This is going to pitch you forward and bring you up over IROSA.
Copy.
3, 2, 1, starting motion.
Good motion.
Hey, Nick. Question about Charlie 1.
Hey, Frank. We're with you.
So about 54 turns. The bolt is really loose, but I guess when you say it pops out, I physically be able to push it back in?
And Frank, that's affirmative. You should be able to push it back in. So if you want to add more turns, you can go beyond 54.
Okay. Yeah, it's super wobbly side to side, but I don't seem to be able to push it back in AMS.
And Frank, we're happy with that bolt. It looks like it's released.
Okay, copy.
And Frank, after you stow that PGT, you're going to install the square scoop on the micro square near Charlie 1.
Copy.
Okay, that's the end of the joint OCAS. We have a GCA to publish IROSA retrieval on your go.
Okay, I copy that. Did you expect me to be yawed right, body right a little bit? I'm not quite lined up.
Checking.
Frank, when you have a second, I'll probably have you give a look at the APFR, make sure that nothing changed there.
Sure, will do.
And EV1, your yaw is 0 and should remain that as you come into IROSA. When we bring you in, it's just body in. Everything else should be set up.
All right, Nick, I have that scoop on Charlie 1. It is in lock position, 45-degree angle towards the bottom of IROSA.
Copy, Frank. Can we get a quick glove and hap check?
All right. Can I steal the comm after your hap check?
Yes, and I have good gloves, good hat, EV2.
Copy, good gloves, good hat.
Frank, I'm going to steal the comm. The GCA to publish, if you could give a look at maybe why I've yawed just slightly to the right. And M1 EV1 is ready for a GCA to published for the retrieval position.
Copy, stand by.
Josh, it does look like your footplate is yawed slightly towards your...
And it's the plate, it's not... Actually.
Oh, correct, sir, you're right.
That was just me.
Okay, that looks better.
The plate looks good?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Duke, ready GCA, no need for yaw.
I'm going to retrieve the other scoop for Charlie 2.
Affirmative, and you're going to get the square scoop with the long duration tie-down tether on it.
Copy.
Okay, we're ready for the GCA to publish. This is going to bring you body in 80 centimeters, and we still have challenging views with the cameras, so if you can help us out.
Copy, and I'll keep you clear.
Starting motion.
I see good motion.
Twenty centimeters.
Copy.
Ramping out.
Okay, I'm going to need 15 centimeters body in, and the sun is coming out, and I have clearance myself.
Copy, 15 centimeters body in. Starting motion.
I see good motion.
Ramping out.
Two hours, 9 minutes into the spacewalk. At the top of your screen, Josh Cassada, his feet planted at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, ready to remove the ISS Rollout Solar Array from its flight support equipment. After Frank Rubio drives two final bolts that are holding the array in its place, Cassada then will bring the array over to the starboard 4 truss work site to begin work with Rubio to install it at the appropriate position adjacent to the original solar array on the starboard 4 truss that governs the electrical output for the 3A power channel.
Sorry about that, Josh.
Okay, that's your additional 5 centimeters body in.
Didn't really see it, Duke. 5 more centimeters body in, and that'll be it.
Copy, coming 5 centimeters body in, starting motion. Okay, that's an additional 5 centimeters body in.
I didn't call it because I didn't see it. We will call that good. GCA complete. Reaching, you are a smooth operator.
Okay, that's GCA complete. You have go for IROSA retrieval.
V1 copies. Nick, I've got a ret on the scoop here on the right. It is from my mini workstation on the right side.
Copy that, and we see that. So I've got a lot of checks that we can start rolling through.
Okay. It's the first time my hands have gotten a little chilly. I've never used the glove heaters before. If you've got any advice on it, I'll take it, but I might have to turn them on for this next maneuver. In fact, they are on now, and I'll let you know if I need to turn them off before we go.
Copy that. And just for your essay, you should be in the sun for most of that relocate.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, it wasn't. They weren't cold earlier. Frank, you can have the comm if you need it.
Okay, I am positioned at Charlie 2.
Yep. And Frank, we're going to hold right here because we're going to go run through all these buddy checks because as soon as we release that, it's going to be free from the FSC. And we've got a great view on your HECA. Just lots of delicate stuff below where you're trying to drive that, so just a heads up.
Yep, copy.
Okay, so let's do glove and HAP checks.
Sun's not in a great spot for me on this one, but no deltas to the gloves for EV1.
No deltas for EV2.
Copy.
Deltas dry for EV1.
I have for EV2.
Okay, and so let's, Josh, you want to make sure your tools and tethers are clear.
Back me up on that if you would, Frank.
This side looks great, and I see you routed to the square scoop. And the side of the footplate that I can see looks good. It looks clear.
Sounds good. So we are clear.
Copy. So then visors, glove heaters, cooling, just like we said, you're going to be in the sun for most of this translation.
Any risk of my hands getting too hot with the gloves on, glove heaters on?
Affirm, that's a risk.
Not do that. Okay, so glove heaters are going to come off.
Copy.
Visor, let's open them now, do water checks, and then visors will come back down. If you bring your visor up so I can see if you've got water.
2 hours, 13 minutes in. Josh Cassada about to pull the ISS Rollout Solar Array away from the flight support equipment to move it toward the starboard forward truss work site for its installation.
And, Josh, you want to make sure that your heels are secure.
Give me one more check on that. They feel secure to me. The left one was the one I think you were looking at earlier. Looks secure for me. Okay. Heels are secure, Nick.
Okay, one last check. Gauntlets.
I am closed on left and right.
And for EV2.
Okay, and so Josh, you're going to maintain control of the IROSA in the FSC. Frank, you're going to release the bolt and then install the scoop with that long duration tie down tether on it. Josh, when you're ready, you're going to give the go to Frank. Frank, your settings are Bravo 3, counter 3.
Bravo 3, counter 3.
And stand by for 1 second after you're set.
And Frank, those are good sets.
Frank Rubio about to release the final 2 bolts holding the array in place on the flight support equipment. Cassada ready to pull that array out of the FSC to begin movement over to the starboard forward truss work site.
Bravo 3, counter 3 set.
We'll be back momentarily with our video capability from the International Space Station, just now passing between satellites on the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system.
Release it, I'm going to have to push it away from me. Once you get it on there, if you can confirm that, I just want to plan ahead.
Sure.
That was going to be a little harder to get off when we get over there to the mod kit. Okay. With that, you've got my go for sure.
And guys, we're 10 seconds from a 20-second handover.
Verify I have a go to release you too.
You have a go.
Okay. All right, let's do it, Frank. Wow, it's really going. Oh.
Okay. 20.
It's better. Get it on there quick. This one's really trying to get away.
Okay. Big one.
Watch that upper IROSA.
The wheels on this arm are interfering with the insertion.
The upper arm?
Yep.
Or our arm? Don't. It's trying to get away here, Frank.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta put it on lock. All right. You ready for me to go to lock?
Yeah, go to lock. Oh, geez. All right,
Okay.
push it away.
To lock.
Okay. Can you get my ret and put it on the scoop so I don't have to let go? Or tell you what, I'm going to... Yep.
I have it. I have it towards you.
All right, I got the scoop. All right, I got both scoops. If you can get my ret and put it on the long-duration tie-down tether, we're good. It's maybe a bit of a reach for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, but I can hold the scoop.
Okay, why don't you hold it in the SSE?
I have the scoop.
Okay, you got the scoop and you're pushing Zenith? Pushing Zenith?
Towards you.
Towards me. That's good. All right, stand by. All right, and am I close?
Okay, let's...
Tell me which way to go.
Let me have the ret.
Okay.
Okay, you take the scoop.
I'm back to the scoop.
2 hours, 19 minutes into the spacewalk. Rubio and Cassida working in tandem
I gotta release my ret.
Go for it.
as they begin to move the ISS Rollout Solar Array away from the flight support equipment upon which it was launched in the trunk of the SpaceX Cargo Dragon.
Okay.
You can see behind the array that Cassida is about to move to the starboard foretruss, the second of the two ISS Rollout Solar Arrays that these two spacewalkers will install on the other side of the backbone of the station onto the port foretruss on December 19th.
And then I'll have to just go down towards the bottom of my IROSA.
Oh, perfect. That's great.
Good.
Towards the butt. I'm sorry, towards my head.
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Got it.
Upside down here.
Hey, Nick, we got it. It's on there. It was pushing pretty hard to get off, and now it no longer is. So we are we're in a good config and stable.
Copy all, Josh. Good news. Nice work together on that one. And so got a caution here not to release the IROSA, or prior to releasing the IROSA, make sure the FSC is not moving. So when Frank gets into a good position, you'll be able to slide the IROSA nadir to release it from the pins.
Copy.
I am en route towards Delta.
Sounds good. And Duke, you understand that Frank is making his way to Delta for watching?
Duke, you with us? I heard you, Josh.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so Frank, I see you in a decent position. And so if you're good with it, and then Josh, you're able to slide the IROSA nadir, and that should slide off of those pins that are on the FSC, then you'll have it.
Copy that. We're going to get a hold of Duke here first.
Okay, we are standing by and ready for the maneuver to publish IROSA removal on your go.
All right, stand by. We're going to release from FSC first. And if everybody's go, Frank, are you a go?
You're a go.
All right. So we're going to go nadir slightly, and you can help guide that if you want. Okay, that's good.
Got the pins.
Okay. All right, now pull. There we go. Okay.
And the ISS Rollout Solar Array, the third in the series of upgraded augmenting arrays for the station, is free from its flight support structure.
All right, Frank. You've got the comm for the Robo.
Okay. And Duke, you have a go for GCA to published IROSA removal.
Okay, this is going to bring EV1 body down 4 meters.
Copy.
Starting motion.
You have about 3 inches of clearance from the grapple fixture.
Copy.
I see motion. Good motion. Clear the grapple fixture in about 10 inches.
Okay. Are you putting any force into IROSA?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to just keep it slightly away from. So I have about 2 inches of clearance.
Okay.
Okay, you are clear of the grapple fixture. Continue.
Copy.
How's it feel?
Somehow heavy and light at the same time.
Okay, you are completely clear from this side, so
Copy.
safe travels.
Thank you.
All right, Nick, I'm going to
Half meters to go.
Copy.
Say it again. How many meters?
2.5 meters to go.
Copy.
Smooth as glass, Josh Cassida
And Frank, you're
moves with the ISS Rollout Solar Array away from the flight support equipment on the truss of the station.
And Frank, big picture here, you're going to put that 12-inch on the socket caddy. The socket caddy is going to end up in the crew lock bag, and then you're going to install your 2-inch from your trash bag.
We have 1 meter to go.
Copy.
Ramping out motion.
Copy.
Okay, that is our published position. We are setting up for the 2.5-minute IROSA pitch joint OCAS.
Copy.
A good view of Josh Cassada with the ISS Rollout Solar Array. On Earth, it has a mass of about 750 pounds. Once unfurled, it will measure 60 feet long by 20 feet wide, attached to the integrated electronics assembly alongside the original solar array on the starboard forward truss, producing power for the 3A power channel.
All right, Nick, I have a good socket swap with a 2-inch on my PGT, good pull test, and the 12-inch back on the caddy, good pull test. Do you want me to leave the rep that's holding it outside, on the outside of the bag or the inside of the bag?
And that's copy good socket swap, Frank. What we want you to do is put everything inside that bag. We're cleaning it up, and if you want to close it up with everything inside, turn the doors facing the tower and cinch down the straps. That's how we'll leave it as you move out.
Okay. Can I leave the wire side that was holding the PGT on the outside?
That's affirmative.
Okay.
Okay, EV1, we are set up for the joint OCAS. This is going to pitch you up in front of the FSE.
Okay, I copy. Just a heads up, I can't get a whole lot of pitch on it, so we'll take the 3, 2, 1. That'll be super helpful.
Okay, are you ready?
Understand pitching on my back. Pitching up.
Okay, firm, pitching up.
EV1 is ready.
3, 2, 1, starting motion.
Hey, Nick, everything is inside the bag, and the bag is...
Stay.
Copy.
Yep, copy that, Frank. You've got the doors closed. We'd like the doors facing the tower, and if you can cinch those straps as best you can that are holding it in place that's perfect. Ground's happy, Frank.
Okay, great. Okay, and verify from here, I go to the left side of the market.
Yep, Frank, the next step is going to you're going to relocate Josh's red hook.
Copy. Thank you.
And Frank, that's out there on the Cedar Rail, mile marker 6300.
Ocean's ramping out.
Copy that.
3, 2, 1.
All right, I've got the hang of it now.
Nicely done. We are in pause hold.
Man, you guys are smooth. Copy.
You know that's Koichi. All right, we're setting up for a 3-minute outboard joint OCAS.
I understand. Outboard. EV1 is ready. Frank, let me get a picture of you.
I don't even know where you are now.
It's okay.
EV1, we are set. This is going to bring you body left and body down a little bit.
Okay, body left, body down. EV1 is ready.
3, 2, 1, starting motion.
I see good motion. Oh, this one's faster. Wow, a lot faster. Okay.
Flying toward the west coast of South America, Josh Cassada holding the ISS Rollout Solar Array, being maneuvered toward the starboard 4 truss worksite for its installation to augment power capability for the 3A power channel on the International Space Station. We are 2 hours 34 minutes into the spacewalk, everything going very smoothly, the crew running ahead of the timeline for the day.
Okay, Nick, I have Josh's red hook on my red reel. Reel is unlocked, and his hook is unlocked.
Okay, Frank, we copy that. Check your gauntlets down, and then you're heading out to the S4 IEA, and you're going to be stowing the red hook near the radiator.
Copy that. And gauntlets are down.
Okay, we are ramping out.
Copy.
Okay, that's pause hold, and we are setting up for the next, it'll be a 3-minute IEA lineup FOR OCAS.
I'll take it.
Okay, EV1, we are set. This will bring you body in and up under the IEA.
EV1 copies, and I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, starting motion.
Of course, I see good motion.
And Frank, Nick, back with you. Got a caution here about the red hook location is going to be near an IEA radiator, so just be aware of that. The handrail you're looking for is 2217.
I'm there.
You are clear of the IROSA, but I don't think you realize how close we are. We're only 3 feet away from each other when you're swing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
Oh, no problem. It's not an issue. It does look just like Doug.
Ramping out motion.
Copy.
All right, next, so the red hook, Josh's red hook, is on 2217, the inboard expansion.
Yeah, copy, Frank, 2217, you got that down. Just on the edge of our view here, it looks like you might be crossed back at the, just right where the Sarge is at. Just wanted to have you double check those safety tethers.
Yep, it looks like it went under. I'll fix it real quick.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, we are pause, hold, and setting up for the GCA to publish IROSA install.
Okay. I think we can do that without Frank in position. Do you agree? The published position? I've got good clearance. I can see on this side of the IROSA, so station Zenith, I can see just fine.
A copy, and we have good views as well. We're setting up.
And Josh, we chatted over it. If you got good clearance, we're good to press with the GCA for the published install.
I've certainly got good clearance from right and forward, and from my chin up, from my chest up.
I'm in a good config here, interrupt.
Okay, copy that, Frank, and you're going to head out into the left side of the mounting bracket.
Duke, do you need the comm anymore, Frank?
Negative.
Okay, EV1 is ready GCA to published install position. I'll let you know if I lose clearance.
Okay, we copy, and we're setting up.
You okay with this, Frank?
Yeah, I'm 30 seconds away.
Sounds good. I can see you translating. No rush, dude, but we are ready, GCA.
Hey guys, I've got some cautions and warnings I'm going to read up real quick while Frank gets into final position. So don't put your fingers in the IROSA pin slots on the inside or an outside of the root beam structure, and then when on the aft side of the mod kit, avoid contacting the legacy blanket boxes and protruding trunnions. Also, you're going to want to, when on the mod kit, not impart loads simultaneously. That's translation, unfolding, bolt tops, connectors. So don't move simultaneously. Sudden stops and quick grabs are not allowed on the mod kit, so translate slow, and 30 pounds max lateral force on the mod kit during and after IROSA soft capture.
E1 copy.
E2 copies.
Okay, EV1, we are all set up. This is going to bring you body left to about 2.5 meters.
Okay, and I'm going to turn the GCA over to Frank. So EV2, you've got the GCA.
Okay, copy that. And Duke, verify you said this is GCA to publish, correct?
Hey, friend, this is a GCA to publish, bringing EV1 body left.
Okay, you are clear.
Starting motion.
Two hours, 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio about to begin work to install the ISS Rollout Solar Array onto its mounting bracket on the starboard fore truss of the International Space Station. Cassada wearing the suit with the red stripes along the legs, holding the IROSA, as it is called by its acronym. Again, these are 750 pounds apiece in mass.
Copy, 1 meter.
Once unfurled after their installation, will be 60 feet long and 20 feet wide to augment the electrical capability of the 3A power channel of the International Space Station. This is the third in a series of at least 6 IROSAs to be installed on the International Space Station.
We are ramping out motion.
Copy.
Okay, Frank, that is the published position.
Great, that's a great position.
Frank, I think we're going to need a little bit more body left for me, so in closer to you to plug in.
Okay.
Just because I'll be at the far end.
Yep, so the scoop bottom only has about 3 inches clearance to the bracket. Do you want to remove that first?
I see it. Why don't we do it this way? We'll move this way, GCA, and then take off the scoop. Careful, careful, careful. Let's see. Give me 1 second to just impart the forces here. Okay. All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Duke, let's go GCA, 10 centimeters, body left, towards the mass canister.
Copy, 10 centimeters, body left, towards the mass canister. Starting motion.
See motion, good motion. Ramp out in 3, 2, 1. All right, Josh, unfortunately your press only has about an inch of clearance.
Yep, I'm watching it. I can see my shoulder. We're good here. Just watch your helmet on the bottom there.
Okay.
So we don't push it away.
Yep.
Do you want to go co-linear with the strut there? You put your feet wherever you want.
Yeah.
I'll turn it over to you, and I'll put the one handrail there, and then I'll take off the scoop.
Okay. I've got this handrail.
Okay, let us know if you're done with the GCA.
We have GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
Are you good with our plan? He's got a hand on it. I'm going to take off the scoop in my left hand, and do my best to put it on the mini workstation.
And the brakes are on. Go fire both to install.
Copy.
Thank you, Duke.
And Josh, that sounds like a good plan.
All right, Frank, I'm going to take my left hand off.
I've got this end.
You probably want to just not, if you can, not put any forces in because it doesn't take much.
Okay. You are going to have to put a fair amount of force on that lever, so.
Got it. That's unfortunate. I'm going to go through.
Yeah, through capture and all the way to release.
Yeah. I don't feel very comfortable seeing a loose end.
It looks like you're past capture. Looks like you might be in release. It's hard to tell from there. You don't. Yep, you're good.
Try not to touch. I'm not going to put this in my mini workstation.
Nope, just let it float. Should be clear. Okay, let's go bring it towards me to align laterally first. Let's say about 20 centimeters.
Translate towards you.
Correct. Continue.
Watch your hand. I'm going to do the pitch. Let's see, my roll for our frame of reference.
Okay.
I'm going to roll it your end towards you.
Cassett and Rubio in the process of installing the IROSA on a mounting bracket on the starboard foretruss. There'll be two soft capture features properly engaged when the IROSA itself is correctly aligned on the mounting bracket.
We are on the platform and aligned. We just got to bring it towards the soft capture features.
All right,
straight back.
We'll stick it in the holes first and then go to the soft capture, yeah?
Okay, yep, ready?
Yep.
Continue. Push, again, continue.
4?
Yep.
Okay. That's it for going towards the...
No, bring it maybe a centimeter towards me.
Translate.
Yep.
Okay.
And now keep pushing towards the mass canister. Have about... Seem to want to go. I need to probably check the soft capture features.
I can see they're the same, and they are cocked and locked.
Okay.
Like they have not triggered.
Okay, we're aligned. I see the tabs are almost perfectly centered.
So maybe manually release a soft capture? That just feels like we're in the slot.
No, we're not in the slot.
Oh, okay.
We're aligned, but we need to bring it back towards the mass canister, about 2 inches. There we go.
Something's blocking it. All right, Frank, let's slow down just for 1 second. I can't go any closer to the mod kit. I'm taking my right hand and pushing.
Yep.
So there's something blocking it.
Okay.
And when you pull yours, we yaw.
Okay, let me check. Do you have it? I need to go a moment.
Yeah, don't push it.
Nope. Got it. Yeah, I don't see the soft capture features up, so they should not be the ones blocking it.
Right. So you can see the slots. You can see the teeth that go in them.
Yeah, and there's nothing.
Okay.
Well, now we're come back towards me another 3 inches. Stop. And now once again, we're aligned. We are flat against the platform.
We're not flat right now.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
Just came up. Okay, we're aligned. All right, can we go straight aft?
Towards the runway?
Towards the mass canister, yep.
Okay. So something's keeping us from going.
Okay, both are in, both of the tabs are slightly in there.
Is it an angle thing where we're not flat enough?
My side looks perfectly flat on the platform. How's yours?
It is flat and flush.
Yeah.
Hold on for 1 second. Getting away from me. Hey, Nick, I got a question about the mod kit.
Nick, you there?
For you there.
Yeah, I got you, Josh.
Confirm, I have you loud and clear.
All right, so on the mod kit, there's an arrow that I think is the very center of the mod kit. It's a label, and there's a left label and a right label. Can you confirm that the hinge will be lined up with that arrow?
Checking.
If that's the case, Frank, we're going to need to translate your way about a ½ inch. I don't know how that makes sense with your plot.
Well, right now, that would make sense, actually. We translated back towards you a little bit.
Okay, so let's go a little bit towards you.
Okay. Continue about, okay, right there.
Okay, so that arrow is not at the hinge. Hinge is going to be about 1 inch my direction from that arrow.
Okay.
I would have thought that the hinge would have lined up right with that midpoint.
Yeah, Josh, that arrow should line up dead center with the hinge.
Okay, Nick, then I'm sure you can't see very well my Heka. The problem is Frank's got the slots aligned, but that arrow is not where the hinge is going to be. That arrow is about, right now, a ½ inch towards him, meaning the hinge will be a ½ inch mod kit right from the arrow. If we were able to open it.
Yeah, copy, Josh, and we can see it in the WVS. We're talking about it.
So I got to let go real quick just to realign my body.
Got it.
You got it.
Just watch you don't hit the IROSA if you can.
Yep, thank you.
Yep.
So right now our yaw is off a little bit. The tabs are aligned, but my tab is no longer.
Watch your hand. Yeah, we're pitching down. Okay. Thanks. All right. So you got to go your way and a yaw, you said?
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm losing my position here.
And Frank, Josh, our recommendation here is, Frank, if you could cycle the soft dock, the T-handles, just to let them extend and then reset them.
Okay. Josh, you have the IROSA?
Stand by for 1 second.
Okay. I have it.
Do you think that's really what's happening? Because I can see the soft dock, or the soft capture features just barely sticking out of the surface. But I can see that they're both in the J-hooks. I don't know that those are keeping it from installing.
Yeah, copy that.
I'm pretty sure it's not, but
yeah, we want to make sure they're just not cold stuck in the open position.
Oh, I see. Okay. I have the IROSA. Watch your helmet on the IROSA.
Okay, thank you.
And
there's definitely some friction to these.
Yeah, and Frank, what we'd like you to do is have them full deploy, if you can fully extend them so that they would be in the deployed position, and then reset them for the capture.
Okay. I don't know if you see that, but it just takes a lot of force. There's a lot of friction.
Watch your helmet.
Yep, we're watching in the HECA.
Thank you. They are cycled several times, and they are in the J position.
So, Nick, if I understand, have Frank get these in the slots and then manually release the soft captures, correct?
Yeah, if you've got it lined up and they're not extending, that's an option to manually release them.
We try that, Nick? Or Frank, should we do that?
Sure.
I'll do my best to hold it in spot.
Let me see if I can get you aligned, and then...
Okay. Looks like it's going to need to translate your way at least an inch. And then roll your end towards you.
Yep. Come towards me, maybe 2 inches.
Okay. Start.
Approaching the 3-hour mark in the spacewalk, Josh Cassada, Frank Rubio are fine-tuning the alignment of the ISS Rollout Solar Array onto its mounting bracket on the starboard foretruss.
Okay, we are flat. We're aligned.
Okay. If you want, I'll hold it there and you get one of those J-hooks in.
But we're not in yet. We have to slide it in maybe 1.5 inches. I mean, so we're aligned. Just got to go aft.
But we can't see what's keeping us from going out?
Yeah. If you can hold this, yep, I'll go down and I can actually push on the beam also. Can you hold it here?
I can.
Okay, you got it.
Be real careful not to bump it.
Yep. And I can see our yaw is off from this angle.
Unfortunately, the sun is right in my eyes, and I can't maintain the angles.
And Frank, Josh, just looking at your helmet cam, it looks like one of the soft dock captures did go down. I don't know if it's engaged or if you're going to need to reset it.
It is not engaged.
The reset? Okay. I can actually kind of line us up from this end because the bolt holes are right there.
That's great. I guess we got to figure out what's keeping us from getting inserted.
All right. So right there, we should be lined up. I'm going to pull the soft captures down. I have a third hand right now.
That's good.
Yep. That's what it was.
I can't wait to hear that lesson learned in the debrief.
Okay.
That's one. Watch your helmet.
Okay, that's true.
Well, you said he did it. We got 2 installed.
Holy cow.
No kidding. There's a huge sigh down here. Well done.
That's not the way it was supposed to be, but it worked. All right, nice job, Josh. I know you've been muscling through that.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to blink the sweat out of my eyes.
Yeah.
At the 3-hour mark, the IROSA is now engaged and mounted on the mounting bracket on the modification kit on the starboard fore truss. A little elbow grease required, but nonetheless, IROSA is on its mounting bracket on the S4 truss.
A couple second breather here after struggling with that. That's more than cool.
Nope, the sun's setting.
I did too. Yeah, that sun setting is going to help. All right, my ret is off. We are saying we're installed because we've got 2 soft captures. So the ret is off. The scoop is going to stay on for now, correct, Frank? Or correct, Nick?
That's affirmative.
Okay. Tweety and Duke, we are installed and ready for the back-off maneuver.
Copy, we are setting up for the IROSA backoff.
Feels weird not to be holding onto an IROSA now.
I know. It also feels weird to have the Earth completely above you.
Hey, and guys, big picture. Big picture.
That's upside down.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, guys. Just big picture, you're well ahead of timeline. You're going to see an eclipse come. This is not the one we're targeting for the cable mate. We're working on the next eclipse after this one. So when it gets dark, we're not behind.
Got it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Okay, EV1, we are set up. This is going to bring you body right about 2.5 meters.
With the IROSA installed on its mounting bracket, the next step, once Cassida is backed away at the end of the station's robotic arm from the work site to provide clearance, will be the release of final hinge restraint bolts that will enable the IROSA to unfold like a flip phone to its pre-deployment orientation.
Nicely done, Frank. I cannot wait to hear what it was.
It was just the outside soft capture one just wasn't, so I just pulled it all the way down and then it slid right in.
Awesome. I see. It just wasn't sliding past the little nubs.
Soft capture wasn't so soft. Not quite soft enough.
Holy cow.
Ramping out motion.
Meanwhile, the space station is about to fly into an orbital sunset over Cologne, the home of the Columbus Control Center.
And setting up for a 2.5 minute R6 backoff joint OCAS.
EV1 copies.
Hey, Frank, we see you in position, waiting for Josh to get in position through these JOCASs. If you can go over to that third soft capture, the one we're going to use when we unfold it, we'd like you to try to cycle that one as well to see if we can get ahead of the game.
Okay, in order.
And 10 seconds to a handover.
Okay, EV1, we are set up for the joint OCAS. This is going to basically body, yaw, you left 90 degrees, and bring you over to face IROSA.
EV1 copies, and I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, starting motion.
I see good motion. Nick, can we start talking about settings for R6?
Yeah, Josh, those settings are going to be Bravo 2 clockwise, I'm sorry, counterclockwise 2. Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, copy.
Yep, Josh, and before we drive R6, we're going to daisy chain those scoops together and hand them off to Frank.
That sounds great. All right. Copy that we're going to get to, well, with the long duration tight on tether, get that other scoop off, and then I've got Bravo to R2 set for R6 when we get there.
Yep, copy all. Those are good words, Josh.
Sure haven't gone very far for a whole lot of trips.
You feel the same thing with that right soft capture?
No, that one seems to be a lot easier to move.
Oh, wow. Yep. Great.
Okay, that's the end of the JoeCast. We are set up for a GCA to published R6 approach.
EV1 is ready for a GCA to publish for R6. Or GCA?
Okay, EV1, we are set. This will bring you body in 120 centimeters.
Body in 120 centimeters, EV1 is ready.
Copy, starting motion.
I see good motion.
Okay, our cameras are degrading. If you can watch your boot plate and your ingress aid.
Got them both.
$50 centimeters.
Okay, we're clear.
Ramping out.
Concur.
Okay, that is our published position.
That is going to work fine. GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Go for unbolting.
Copy. I've got the other end of the long duration tight end tether on the scoop here, and I'm happy to release.
Yeah, copy, Josh. You've got those on each end of that long duration. You're going to pass it off to Frank.
Sure.
You want me to give you a rep?
I'm ready right now to both.
Okay.
I'll pass them both to you, and then we'll do a red swap.
No problem.
Okay.
I'll just take it. I can solve it.
No problem. There we go. Slowly pass you on.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 11 minutes into today's spacewalk by Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio.
And Frank, you're just going to temp stow those on the exterior of BAGM.
Okay.
The two spacewalkers began the 256th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades at 6:16 a.m. Central Time, moving out of the Quest airlock after placing their suits on battery power and working extremely efficiently, have removed the ISS Rollout Solar Array, one of two delivered last week on the SpaceX Cargo Dragon resupply craft to the International Space Station, removing it from its flight support equipment. Cassada then transported the array over to the starboard foretruss, where he and Rubio moments ago installed the array on its mounting bracket. The next step will be to begin the process of releasing hinges, basically hinge restraint bolts, that will enable the array to unfold like a flip phone into an unstowed position prior to the time that the array itself would be bolted in place on the integrated electronics assembly, electrically connected to the same electrical system currently powering the legacy array, or the original solar array that was delivered on the Space Shuttle Atlantis on the STS-117 mission in June of 2007 to augment power for the 3A power channel on the International Space Station.
We're going to start driving here, R6, Bravo 2, counter 2.
Copy. Go.
There's 19 turns. It has popped out, and actually this one does have a white line.
Copy, and we see the white line as well. So you can stow the PGT, and then you'll work with Duke to go through some maneuvers to get in position for the unfold.
Just make sure I didn't miss anything there, Nick. It's stow the PGT and maneuver, is it?
Yeah, affirmative. It's you're going to go to a R6 back off position and then work for the APFR egress maneuvers.
Great. Sounds good.
Okay, and we have a maneuver to the R6 back off when you're ready.
All right, stand by. All right, EV1 is ready for the R6 back off.
Okay, this will be body out, 120 centimeters.
Copy, body out, 120 centimeters.
Starting motion.
I see good motion.
Fifty centimeters.
Copy.
Ramping out motion.
Copy.
Okay, that's our published position. We are setting up for a 3-minute APFR egress JOCAS.
Okay, stand by. Frank, I'm seeing your safety tether go right over my head. I'm assuming it's not caught in my helmet.
Fortunately, with your light shining right on me, I can't.
It looks like it's going straight and not hung up on me.
Yeah, no, it's going straight, and it was going straight when I came here.
Okay.
Yep.
And do you know if we're moving towards my head or hopefully towards my feet?
EV1 for big picture here. First, we're going to yaw you right 90 degrees, and then we're going to move you body left back towards IROSA, and that's your egress position.
Okay. Just for your essay, I've got Frank's safety tether going right over my head, like I can almost touch it with my hand. Is it a problem just to give me 10 centimeters towards my feet, and then we'll definitely be clear?
Okay, checking. It's a joint OCAS, so I don't think it'll keep you nadir if that's what you're looking for.
I think we got to send this one over to Robo. I can't say for sure that I'm not going to go right through this safety tether on this joint OCAS.
Hey, Josh, we were chatting about it. In this next maneuver, there's no body up motion. If we do go body down, we'll need to change up some modes, but you shouldn't go body up at all in this next maneuver.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nick. That, Duke, I am a go, and I'll keep an eye on the safety tether as best I can.
Copy, stand by.
Before the bolts are driven to basically free up the hinge restraints on the ISS Rollout Solar Array, Josh Cassada will be placed in a position to leave the articulating portable foot restraint that he's been mounted on at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, which has been driven by Koichi Wakata with the assistance of Nicole Mann from the robotics workstation in the Destiny Laboratory of the International Space Station.
See good motion. And I am opening from the safety tether with that motion, so that's great.
Good to hear.
Doing okay, Frank?
Yeah, doing great. How about you?
I'm great. Maybe sitting at IROSA can be a lonely job.
Amazing how quickly your brain adapts. Like I see myself being right side up, and I'm sure you see yourself being right side up.
Yeah. Join you here shortly.
Well, go slow when you get off, because it'll be a little disorienting.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the JOCAS. We are setting up for GCA to published APFR egress position.
Copy. And you are a go and ready GCA to the published APFR egress position.
We copy? Okay, EV1, we are set up. This is going to bring you body left 1.5 meters, and we have degraded cameras, so if you can help us with clearance from your body and the APFR to IROSA.
Okay, that's going to be hard because we're moving towards my left shoulder, but I can see right now all of IROSA. We are currently clear.
Okay, if at any point you lose IROSA, let us know and we will pause.
Okay.
Starting motion.
I see good motion. We're clear.
1 meter to go.
Copy. Still clear. Clear of IROSA, I cannot see my boot plate or anything below me.
40 centimeters.
Copy.
Ramping out motion.
Copy. I'm going to need to continue GCA. Let's go body back 20 centimeters.
Okay, copy. Body out 20 centimeters.
That's right.
Starting motion. And you confirm you have clearance?
In front of me, yes. Behind me, no. I can see you. You're clear.
Okay, we're coming. Body out 20 centimeters. Starting motion.
Copy. See good motion.
10 to go.
Continue. Ramp out. 3, 2, 1. Ramp out.
Okay, we're pause hold.
Okay, and now I'll need 40 centimeters body left, and I have good clearance to the mod kit.
Okay, confirm 40 centimeters body left.
Affirmative. 40 centimeters body left.
Okay.
Three, 2, 1. Ramp out.
Pause hold.
Copy. GCA complete.
Copy. GCA complete. Brakes are on. Go for APFR egress.
Copy. Go for APFR egress.
And Josh, you'll want to just use that ingress aid only when you're egressing. I know the mounting bracket might be in easy reach, but just use the ingress aid. And when you're done with it, you want to stow it in a low profile.
Okay, I am egress now using only the ingress aid. Now I can touch the mod kit. My understanding is correct?
Affirm. Understand your egress. You'll want to stow the ingress aid in a low profile.
Understood. Okay. Now I made a bad decision on that GCA because I'm about to lose the length of an ingress aid.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 26 minutes into the spacewalk by Cassida and Rubio. About 26 minutes ago, the ISS Rollout Solar Array, the first of 2 delivered last week on the SpaceX Cargo Dragon resupply mission to the station, was installed on its mounting bracket on the starboard fore truss Josh Cassada, who had spent the last couple of hours at the end of the station's robotic arm and a portable foot restraint, first hauling the array over from its flight support equipment to the mounting position on the starboard fore truss, has now exited the foot restraint at the end of the robotic arm, and he will set up shop with Rubio to drive a couple of bolts to release the final hinge restraint that will enable the array to fold open.
Help things out along.
Disregard. We will not need the GCA.
Copy. No GCA required. Okay, brakes are back on.
Thank you.
Once the array is folded open, then Cassada will be working to drive a series of bolts that will affix the array to the integrated electronics assembly on the International Space Station. Electrical connections will be hooked up that basically mates the array's electrical system to the original array that sits on the starboard 4, starboard 3 truss that was delivered 15 years ago to the station on the STS-117 mission of the shuttle Atlantis. The two spacewalkers will then monitor the unfolding, basically the unfurling of the array to its full length of 60 feet, following the tensioning of that array to its final configuration.
Obviously, you're just going to want to maintain awareness of your safety tether back to the arm because that's where your anchor's at.
Give me 1 second, and I'm just going to get it in front of my body as opposed to behind.
And Josh, as you're working that, you're going to want to eventually get a fair lead on that lower right strut and lower strut, lower handrail to help keep your safety tether clear.
Copy that. Sure.
Yeah, we'll want to put that in after the maneuver.
After the maneuver, okay. With that, my safety tether is clear.
This is the third in the series of at least 6 IROSAs that are being delivered and installed on the International Space Station. The next one, also carried to the station on the SpaceX Cargo Dragon a week ago, is scheduled to be installed on the port 4 truss of the station by Cassada and Rubio on December 19th.
This is going to be ISS port 3 meters and zenith 2.5 meters.
Okay, we copy. And Frank, when they're way clear, let me know, and then I'll flip around, and we'll get to work. Okay.
Each of these IROSAs will produce and are producing more than 20 kilowatts of electricity. Again, designed to augment the existing power supply of the International Space Station for future research and utilization operations.
You should have enough clearance to swing your feet down, body towards your right.
So, now we want. Okay. That's making it hard because it's moving on me.
Okay, EV1, we have about 85 centimeters zenith to go, and we're having a hard time seeing the APFR from the truss. Can you help us out?
I cannot. Frank, can you? Give me 1 second. APFR is clear. If you're looking for clearance on the IA, we're clear.
Okay, we're going to continue zenith 85 centimeters.
Copy.
Centimeters to go.
All right, Duke, I'm kind of losing you now because of a light that's kind of directly at my eyes, so I can't quite clear the last 10 centimeters or so.
Okay, we are at the published position and brakes are on. Stand by while we set up some cameras.
And so, Josh, once you get that fair lead in on that lower strut, then you're on the right side to get into position for the unfold. I got a warning that when we do that unfold, it's a pinch point, so keep clear of the hinge on IROSA.
Okay, understood. Give you 2 copies. I don't think this fair lead's going to stay, given where they are. So I've got SA on my tether. It's going across the front of my body to the right. Actually, just it. I'm going to try to get it on my left side. Frank, you got me? Yep, I got you. Copy.
And Josh, just to let you know the intent of that fair lead, we're just trying to clear your safety tether out of the way of the unfold as that happens. So, using that lower handrail to try to string it down towards your feet was the idea.
Understood.
Yep. Josh, I think for now, if you just leave it on that side, your body will help kind of clear it.
I think so too.
Yep.
So we're just going to go across our body on that one.
Yep.
And I think that will keep it out of the way of the unfold, if you agree.
Yep, I agree.
Yep, and if you guys have awareness of it, you're good.
Okay, EV1, we're set up on our end. Let us know if you need a GCA once you get to the tether swell.
Okay, that's a little bit down the road. I appreciate it. Koichi, that was amazing. Thank you for the ride. I will definitely get on my rideshare app and give you 5 stars when we get back inside.
That's the V of your health, Josh.
Okay, Nick, we are ready for the unfold if you are.
Your go.
Okay. Starting to open. Coming your way.
All right. And the soft capture is armed. Watch those fingers, and here it comes.
Real clear.
Okay. All cables and tethers are clear.
Yep, you're clear on this side. Help you out with that cross capture. Oh, actually, it's engaged. Nice. No, it's not airway. Okay. Let me release it. Okay. Okay, it's released. Okay, now. Now it's captured. Okay. Nice. Very nicely done.
Copy, guys. Great work. That's a good install. It's a great config. While you're in that position, we'd like to get glove, HAP, and gauntlet checks from both of you.
Okay. Gloves for EV1. No noticeable changes. And HAP is dry, and gauntlets are covered.
And EV2, no noticeable changes on my gloves and dry hat. Gauntlets are covered.
Copy. Good checks for both of you.
3 hours, 38 minutes into the spacewalk, the ISS Rollout Solar Array has unfolded.
You're going to work to stow the long-duration tie-down tether with those scoops on it inside of crew lock bag M. And Josh, you're going to translate to work the hinge bolts.
Copy. R7, R8. Correct?
That's affirmative. R7 and R8. And you can start with whatever one is convenient. Frank, just for a heads up, when you are in the bag, you're going to retrieve the AET with the AMS knob on there.
Okay, copy that.
Frank, with that moving anchor of my safety tether, just want to make sure that now I can get it off to my left. It's currently over my right.
Yep.
So I'm going to do...
It's clear, just so you... Yep, oh,
Yeah.
that'll work. Keep going. Bring your legs down. Keep going down on your legs. Good. You're clear.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you. Yep.
The two spacewalkers now will tighten a pair of hinge restraint bolts to make sure that the unfolded ISS Rollout Solar Array does not have any motion at the hinge itself. We're 3 hours, 40 minutes into the spacewalk. The crew continues to work slightly ahead of the timeline. Everything proceeding in excellent shape.
Okay. R7, R8. I am here and understand we're going to drive this clockwise.
That's affirmative. Alpha 1.
These bolts that the two spacewalkers are driving will physically attach the IROSA to the mast canister that basically also is the base, if you will, for the original solar array on the starboard forward truss of the International Space Station. The IROSA now will accompany that original array to increase electrical output for the 3A power channel.
Okay, Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
That's good settings. And so you're going to drive those hinge bolts 14 to 16 turns. Just let us know which one you're starting with.
Copy. Sorry, it was 14 to 16?
That's what I heard.
And based on that body position in the pool, that might be a position that Frank can help stabilize you a little bit.
That sounds great. Understand 14 to 16 turns, correct?
Affirm.
Here. Knocked down. Oh, we just missed it, the power. Okay. It was on, but I think we just expired our 50 or 45 minutes. Okay, just to say it again, Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings.
I'm going to try to put my feet here, and if there's a way you could stabilize my shoulder, we shouldn't get too much torque into the sky. Okay. You want higher? Nope, it's good. 4. Okay, good green light. Actual torque of 2.4, and I had 17 turns.
Copy, that's a good R7.
Sorry, I didn't tell you which one I was doing. That's for that Hecka. All right, that leaves R8, and Frank, if we could do something similar. Okay. My feet a little bit parallel with the mod kit. That's perfect, thank you. Okay, 17 turns again, with green light, and actual torque of 2.3.
Copy, that's a good R8. So now we're going to work to try to release them one turn. So the new setting is Alpha 1 counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 1 is set. Counterclockwise 2 is set. And I'll try to go get R7 first here, and we're doing turn or less, correct?
Copy, one turn or less.
There's 3/4 on R7, comes R8. 3/4 on R8.
Copy. A good release on both R7 and R8. You can stow the PGT, and then Frank's going to hand you that AET with the AMS knob and cap keeper.
Copy. Okay. This, thank you.
And there's 2 reds on there, so you should just be able to use it as is.
And Frank, there should be enough stretch that you can just leave it redded.
On hand tight on R7.
Copy. That's going to be less than 1 turn, less than 30 inch-pounds.
Hey, that's less than 30 inch-pounds, and that was about half a turn.
Copy, Josh. Good R7.
R8.
A good look at the solar arrays at the starboard foretruss of the International Space Station. 112 feet long, 39 feet wide, about to be augmented by the ISS Rollout Solar Array, which when unfurled will be about 60 feet long, providing an additional 20 kilowatts of power for the 3A power channel on the International Space Station.
Safety cutter on my left side, and now we're moving around. Just make sure, I think it's still in a good config. It is, yep. Awesome. All right. I am on the capkeeper hook for, this must be J4.
J3. J4, correction.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sorry, I saw your end effector.
Yeah, that's okay. I do need to move that for sure. Okay. J4 is off. And let's put this, that's a lot going on there.
I'll just grab the handle of the scoop.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, right. That's okay. That's super clear. Here it is. Thank you. That sun is something, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Here goes J3. That might keep happening, Frank.
Yeah, I'll put it on for you.
Oh, sweet. Oh, okay. Sounds good. And then the next one, let's try to do all 4 in the same area. That doesn't really matter. There's plenty of hooks, right?
Yeah.
That is awesome. Thank you. All right, Nick, that's 4 caps for J1 through 4.
Nice.
Then I think we'll do MZGLs, right?
Yep. Copy, Josh. Good release on those caps. And just a heads up, your head is pretty close to the IROSA blanket.
Thank you. Way out of the sun. IROSA's already attracting it.
And so we're going to use a cap keeper from the bag and get the caps on the pre-routed cables now.
You do have yours first, view?
Sure. Good idea. I do. I have it.
Hold it here for me.
Yeah. Clear by IROSA, right?
You are. Yep.
that cap. Pull forward over center now. Coming aft. There's full forward. That's full aft. That's here over center. Do you agree?
Yep. No, I think it creeps back on you. It's got to go back a little further.
I want to force it. I'm showing that guy's over center. That guy's over center. Got a good view in the heck of there, Nick?
Yep, we're watching.
I don't want to force it here. Got a good V-mate. I'm seeing 2 over centers. I go ahead and try to remove the cap. Doesn't want to come any further aft. Got it.
And Josh, if you
center.
And Josh, if you need, you can pull on that back shell to help actuate that.
Thanks, Dick. I just did that. We are full over center. That was great training. It's quite a Medusa, huh?
Yeah.
I got the cap keeper on it. That back shell was super helpful when I did it. Remember these being so hard inside. Left, over center. Okay.
Nice.
Go. Hey, Nick, 3 and 4, or at least the connectors for 3 and 4, are demated.
Copy, Josh.
Approaching the 4-hour mark in the spacewalk, Cassida and Rubio are working with a number of electrical connector caps prior to the time that we would move into an eclipse period. We will not do any electrical mating or demating of cables during daylight to ensure that the integrated electronics assembly and the solar arrays that exist on the space station are not electrically charged at the time that that delicate work is taking place. The ISS Rollout Solar Array is bolted into place on the starboard fore truss of the International Space Station. It has been unhinged or unfolded into its unfolded position, and now a series of cables will be connected to mate the new augmented solar array to the existing solar array on the starboard fore truss, ultimately to produce about 20 additional kilowatts of power.